my 2 cents in?
No, honey, I don't mind.
Call the police immediately.
I don't get it.
No idea what you're talking about. Yes? Hello? Hi, stranger.
I want ham and eggs and flapjacks with lots of butter and syrup and coffee. I'll take the coffee now.
Why have you come with me? Strange.
Where's my dough?
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Salute to all of the vibrant ones out there this morning. It's your host, Chuck Allen, Uncle Freezie, and we're Vibes and Stuff live in the morning. How you doing this morning?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm pretty good, man. I can't complain. Feels like a good day.
Good to see you, man.
Good seeing you. Good to be seen.
Yeah, man. It's good to be seen, man. This pre-show conversation got me in like a weird space, man, because I want to ask you what's in your cup, and then what's the weather, and then all that stuff.
Well, yeah, let's get through all the pleasantries and we'll jump right back into that. Yeah.
Yeah, let me do this. Hey, where's that producer at? That stupid intern. Let me see. Let me see here. Okay.
In my cup this morning, I don't have any. I didn't have a can today. I had to get a 2-liter seltzer water, but this is mango and pomegranate, I think.
Wow.
Seltzer water. Yes, sir.
Wow. So I'm drinking Folgers. Yeah, man.
That's part of waking up,
DSJ's
sir.
in the building. What's good? Okay. And hold on. Hey, go ahead, man. I'll be right back.
Yeah, man. Today, it's going to be a pretty decent day here in the city. I think we're going to get up to the mid 50s today. Right now, it's about 50 degrees. This weekend has been one heck of a weekend. Had a whole bunch of things going on. Vibrant ones, those that are in the chat right now, how was your weekend? What did you all do? What's in your cup?
Yeah, man.
Me and Uncle's having.
King Ribby, what's good? South Brooklyn, what's good? Sorry to cut you off, Chuck. I was seeing my people in the building come to the door. You know what I'm saying? I'd be wanting to shout out my people. It's like cheers. You walk through the door and everybody like, Norm!
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm sorry, man. Please continue. I'm sorry.
But now all I was saying was just trying to get some of the vibrant ones to give some updates, give some details on their weekend, what's in their cup, that kind of thing. That's all. Just buying some time so that we can get back to this conversation that we was having.
Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. You ready to rock?
Let's rock, man. I'm ready to go.
All right. All right. So vibrant ones. Chuck Allen committed a cardinal sin. Right.
Oh boy.
He said if an artist had not released an album at the time they did and released it in the future, what was it, 10 years later, 100 years later? 10 years later, right? That album would have been received better.
No, that's not what I said. I said if the artist would have waited and dropped 10 years later, maybe not that album, but if they would have dropped 10 years later, they would have had their second run or their second win.
Okay. Okay. So I'm confused. Are you saying I'm confused on how you phrase that?
Hmm. Okay, so your second run is after the initial 5 years. Artists usually reinvent themselves, and then they have a quote unquote second run, meaning
Okay.
a time where they're the top star again, like in NWA, Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, and Easy E, MC Ren, DJ Yella. All of those guys had that 3-year run together.
Right.
Then everyone had a second run when they dropped their solo projects.
Okay.
Um, Dr. Dre got another run uh,
In 2000.
in 2000,
Yeah.
and then we haven't heard from him uh, since. Like he
Yeah,
hasn't gone on. Go
because the
ahead.
Chronic 2001 was a flop.
All right, we'll talk about that too. Yeah, that wasn't the.
And he did the Firm album, and that was also a flop. And he signed Rakim at the same time and
Oh
didn't
yeah, and
release
that
an
was
album.
everything that they put out wasn't like the singles that they was putting out
Yeah, it was
to get
not.
momentum. It was like this is a Dr. Dre and Rakim
Yeah,
collaboration.
yeah. Y'all, they should have knew that was never gonna work. That was never gonna work. Right? The God MC and G Funk era, gangster with the loudmouth gangster dudes and a quiet street dude. They should have knew that was never gonna work. But Dre felt like he had the Midas touch at the time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because at the same time that he was just about to, he had just brought out Eminem. And I remember the first words I remember off that album. Hi kids, do you like Promise? Do you want to stick 9-inch nails in each one of your eyelids? Copy me and do exactly like I did. Try Sid and get messed up like my life is. And I was like, what am I listening to? But it was catchy.
It was very catchy.
Yeah.
Um, it was very so artists are able to get um what I consider a second run is gaining the momentum similar um if not better than the first time they went out, and they can capture that momentum and just knock it down, joint
Like
after
like
joint after
like
joint.
like like Gangstar. You remember
Like
Gangstar came out?
Gangstar when they did the Jazzmatazz and all. Yes, yes,
Like
yes.
Gangstar released their first two albums. They did the Jazzmatazz thing. Um, hey, I tell you who inspired that, who was dope at that. And I'm gonna ask you which one do you take? And I know you're gonna be like, no, don't do it, don't do it. Um, do you prefer if you had to keep one CD or throw the other one out the window, like hey Mocha, what's that bank robbery movie with them boy looking chicks in it? Set it off, yeah. If
I
it's just so
said the boy look at chicks.
no man. Um
Wow.
yo, so if you gotta keep one, put it in and throw the other one out the window, would you rather Groove Theory or Brand New Heavies?
Jeez. Groove Theory or Brand New Heavies.
Right. I know
Hey
instantly
man.
people will say Groove Theory, that's easy because that light skinned chick could sing her and the model dude,
Yes.
tell me if you want me to, blah, blah, blah. But then you listen to the album, that album had 2 songs on it. And even though Tell Me was a smash, the Brand New Heavies had a song on that second album that if an animated movie don't have that song in it, the movie is a flop. I don't care what animated movie it is. I bet you don't know the name of it, do you?
I don't.
It's a song called Jump and Move, Jump and Move and Jump and Move and Jump and Move and Stop. That's the Brand New
Oh
Heavies.
yeah, that's the Brand New Heavies. Wow.
That's the Brand New Heavies. That
Holy
song
moly.
that is a mega smash. It's the Brand New Heavies featuring Jamal Ski. Jump and Move and Jump and Move. And on that album, they have a song with Main Sauce. They have a song with Coogee Rap. They have a song with Master Ace. They have a song with let me.
Well, who was they signed? Because one thing about that group was that group had
They were signed to the hottest label in the game at the time. A record label called Delicious Vinyl that it was Groove Theory, Young MC, and Tone Loc. The hottest label at the time. Hotter than Def Jam.
that yo yo, y'all have to be very careful. Y'all have to be very careful with Uncle Freezie, man. I'm learning. Uncle Freezie will, with a straight face, will say some of the wildest stuff in a calm voice, and you'll sit there and you'll be like, "Well, yeah, the hottest label."
Yeah. Who was hotter than Delicious? What did Def Jam had a Wild Thing? The #1 song. It was the song of the year. Wild Thing. You remember Wild Thing?
Yeah,
Tone Loc.
I remember that, and Tone Loc was catching a lot of flack about being a gimmicky artist.
Right. Because
So
Young MC wrote the whole album. And then Young MC came out with an album.
oh, Young MC wrote that album?
Yes, Young
Wow.
MC wrote the song. Yep. And I don't know if it's the whole album, but a lot of songs on the album is Young MC. Right? And then Young MC, after Wild Thing and Funky Cold Medina were released, right, Young MC had a song called Bust a Move.
Oh yeah, that's right. So that makes a lot more sense. To say that he wrote for Tone Loc. Now that when you think about his discography and the type of records that he made, yeah. So it kind of it yeah, all that goes together. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
man. Because think about this. What did Tone Loc actually bring to the Tone? The only thing Tone Loc actually had, the voice.
Yeah.
The voice. That's it. You wasn't inspired when Young MC stopped writing for Tone Loc. What happened to Tone Loc? He had Ace Ventura movies
and a whole bunch of other movies.
Yeah,
playing the heel. I'm like,
yeah,
what is Tone Loc doing playing the heel in these movies?
Yeah, man. Yeah, hey, Dripmore's in the building. What's good? Savage NYC. What's good? King Ribby. What's good? I see you. Frederick is in the building. Hey, Chuck. So just real quick, the Brand New Heavies album, Heavy Rhyme Experience, Volume 1. Right. They had songs featuring Main Sauce with #1, yeah, Gangstar song #2, Grand Poobah in song #3, Master Ace in song #4, Jump and Move featuring Jamal Ski, song #5, Coogee Rap, song #6, song #7 is with Black Sheep, song #8 is with a dude named Ed OG. Right? Song number 9 is with Tiger, and song #10, Soul Flower, which is one of my favorite joints, is with The Far Side, who I also believe was on. I also think they was on Delicious Vinyl.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look up that
I'm
roster.
gonna
You have
check
to
and
look
see
up
what.
that roster.
Yeah, they was. Yep, they was on Delicious Vinyl. Yeah, the Far Side. And y'all may remember them from this song called "Passing Me By."
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Um. Still not the Still not the hottest label, but they
Okay.
definitely had some acts.
Okay.
As I look, oh wow, I forgot about those dudes, the Born Jamaicans, ah,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Rascals. Wow, yeah, okay. Um, oh, okay, that gives them a lot of credibility right there.
Talking about the
Master,
Born Americans.
no, Master Ace, Jay Dilla.
Yeah.
That gives but the rest I can't.
No, I'm talking about during that time. I'm not talking about overall because Jay Dilla wasn't on there with them during that era, was he?
Mm, nah, I think Dilla. Nah, Dilla was like
Like
later.
97, 98,
Yeah,
something
96,
like.
97, something like that.
Okay.
So I don't. Nah, nah. But
Who was hotter than them? Ruthless Records.
yo, this guy,
Please
this
don't
guy.
please don't say Def Jam
Um,
because in 88, 89, 89 was LL worst album. Walking with a Panther.
Walking with a Panther. What
That
the?
album was garbage.
What was that?
Right.
That
That's what I'm
was
saying. That's a Def Jam album, bro. That's a Def Jam album. That's why the first words out of LL mouth on that Mama Said Knock You Out album,
don't call
the
us a
first
comeback.
yes, don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years because the album prior to that was
That was garbage. Hot, hot summertime New York garbage juice. That was
right.
that was disgusting. That was a stinker of a stinker of a stinker. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That album was the only thing that saved Def Jam was at the time they had just merged with CBS Fox. I think they had some kind of weird merger, and Def
Mhm.
Jam acquired the rights to Slick Rick. Slick Rick never signed with Def Jam. He signed with CBS Fox,
Right.
and then they were like some kind of way Def Jam acquired Slick Rick and Slick Rick. Hey, The Adventures of Slick Rick, bro, classic.
The greatest storyteller in in hip hop. Um, there are people that tell great stories, but
Right.
as that's why Outkast got him for the art of storytelling. Like it,
Yeah.
you can't have a record like that without having Slick Rick on it. I think he was probably one of the first raps as a kid that I learned. Like if you did not know children's stories,
Right.
like it was like how do you not know that one? Like oh
Yeah.
this sounds like something I already know. Once upon a time, not long ago.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I got this.
Yeah. I learned that I listened to that song. I listened to that song about 5 times. I had 3 albums, right? And 3 albums at the same time. I was trying to figure out which one was the best. I had this new group from Seattle called Sir Mix-a-Lot. And I was trying to figure out what it was. I'm like, what is this? Sir Mix-a-Lot? What what is this mess that I can't take out of my radio because it's dope? Right? And then I had a Too Short tape that I won from a. I bet you can't. You can't do a Willie all the way down the street. Yes, I can. I bet you my EPMD tape. And you're like, yo, I bet you my Too Short tape. Dude did the thing. He got halfway. Will came down. Bam! Get my Too Short tape. Yeah, man. This is how you acquire stuff when you young. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But yeah, man. But yeah, man. So I had the three tape thing going on because I had listened to He's the DJ, I'm the Rapper until I was about to throw up because I had the record, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had listened to it over and over and over again, and I was like, I don't know, these kids, they dope, but they corny. DJ
Right.
Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. I'm like,
Yeah.
It's the same thing, kind of what was going on with Kid and Play. I'm like, they dope, but they kind of. Oh, Chuck, you know who I throw in that group of hottest labels over Def Jam? Next Plateau. And I know you're going to say, who did Next Plateau have? And I'm going to say, you remember the song? MC Ultra. Magnetic. The Ultra Magnetic MCs.
Okay.
They had, I think they had a dude named Kwame. They had Salt and Pepper. They had Kid and Play. They had Sweet Tea.
Listen to me. But it's always been like it's always been like that, yo. I have to salute Robert Paul. Dang, South Beach, bro. Got to do it like that.
Man, I'm so jelly right now.
Yeah, man. Get some of that sun and sights for me.
I bet you he ordering breakfast. They bringing breakfast up to the room. You know what I'm saying?
While
I bet you
on the balcony.
Yeah, I bet you Pa's tripping too. And my eggs better not be cold. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
It's always what you're saying is there's always been labels that weren't the big label or the popping label at the time, and they had really, really good talent. Because if you even go back to the Motown era, you swear everything that was great, it came straight out of Motown, and that wasn't necessarily
Right.
the case.
Right.
So when you bring
I'm
up,
just saying the big labels don't know how to do it. The big labels just jumped in the game. They roots wasn't in hip hop.
right?
You know what I'm saying? The street labels was hip hop getting in the record label game. That's why the small, labels was dope at first, and then the big labels just started gobbling them up. The big labels tried to do it, they couldn't do it, and then they just start buying them.
They're just buying everything. Yeah. And so that became the name of the game. We'll let y'all get hot, and then we'll come in and we'll buy, and then we'll mess it all up.
Yeah.
We'll mess it all up by telling the artists to do an album that they shouldn't,
right?
Or trying to fit them in a role that's not good for them.
Right.
Like I don't know if anybody remembers when Pink was an R&B singer, and they had her on rooftops doing ballads and riffs. I'm like, yeah, like she can sing, but I don't think she should be doing
this ain't her
R&B.
this ain't
like I think
her.
she can sing,
but
I don't think they should be doing R&B. Like, nah, man. And then fast forward a few years, it's like, hey, why are we doing this? We could do the pop. Pop is much easier.
Right.
Road for you. She hit that road and never looked back. She ain't did another R&B record ever again in her life.
Right.
Never.
Right. You remember that, and you remember Robin Thicke riding down the street, riding a bike, singing R&B. Remember his first video?
Yeah.
Riding down the street on a bicycle.
Yeah.
Oh, just because you have resources don't mean you smart. You know what I'm
That
saying?
was cringy in a mug.
Yeah.
Uh,
So first
yeah.
of all, if he's an asset to your company, why you put him in this dangerous situation? This is real traffic. It's not like he riding a bike on an empty street either.
Right.
In New York.
Silly, man. And then they try to do, I mean, cutting corners, man. We don't got money for this budget. We got to do a whole payola.
Yeah. And then what's the other one I was you remember when Priority purchased Top Priority? Remember Top Priority was a record label by itself, little indie joint.
Top Priority. I remember Priority because they were indie for a minute until
and
they got. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, and Top Priority, the MC Light was on Top Priority, right? And remember MC Light put out these dope hip hop albums with like real producers like what's my man from Stetsasonic? Daddy-O. They got she got Audio 2, Daddy-O, dudes like that producing for her. And then Top Priority is bought by Priority, and she doing songs like Poor Georgie. Keep on keeping on. She in videos with Escape. Like them. Like, I thought Escape was a boy band. No, the first time I saw Escape, I thought it was a boy band. I was like, dang,
you a lie.
I'm like, them some sensuous looking dudes. Yeah. You don't remember Escape first video?
What's the song? Then I can remember exactly.
Just Kicking It. They in the video dressed up like Crisscross.
Escape?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I'm gonna put the video. I'm gonna put the link to that video. So for people think I'm bugging. People think I'm bugging.
Shoes,
Like,
relax feet.
Yeah.
They definitely. But that was that era, the tomboy look, and JD already had major success with a Chi-Town artist that did the same thing, but this was a rapper, the Brat.
Yeah.
So, and then you got to think TLC was hot at that time, and they
was in Atlanta. So you saying that was an Atlanta thing, kind of? Because I dated a girl from Atlanta, and she did not dress like that, Chuck. And I don't know, maybe she wasn't from Atlanta, maybe she was from the outskirts or whatever. But yeah, man, she looked the opposite, like super feminine.
Man, the tomboy thing was huge for a minute, where you had the girls with the big boots, but biker shorts, and like a baseball jersey, and a fitty cap. It's like, what's going on here?
Bro? Why did we think that was fly?
I don't know. Aaliyah was dressed like that, like it. Like that list is like that was a thing, man. Go back and look at from 1990 till about 95, 96. Like they were really, particularly 93, 94. Like it was wild. Yeah, DSJ. All of those groups had that thing going on, and it was like, oh, okay.
Chuck, I'm looking at the Boss Hog. Look, I'm looking at the big chick. She got a bandana on.
Yes.
How you gonna tell me she didn't look like a boy? I'm telling you. I'm looking at her right now.
Because first of all, first of all, them sisters don't matter. Um, when they open their mouth, they could have had a bag over their head, brother.
Yeah, yeah,
Them girls
yeah,
could have sang. Them girls are
yeah.
saying, yes,
And then they frowning up. They looking all gangster. They like, oh,
but
oh,
that was the
yeah.
time. That was, I promise you, that was the time. Like that gangster female. Come on, man. You had the Lady of Rage. You had
Oh,
uh what is the other one name? It's on the tip of my tongue. I'm not.
but Chuck, look. But this is what I'm thinking though, because I'm not saying that I disagree with you with saying that I might be wrong. Yeah, I'm human. I could be wrong. But I'm watching West Coast dudes dressed like gangsters with all kind of perms and stuff in their hair, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? And then I'm looking at Escape. I'm like, yeah, they look like boys. It's the big one that keep frowning up, Chuck. I'm looking at the video right now, bro. I'm gonna put the
Yes.
link to it. I'm gonna put the link to it in the chat. The one that I'm looking at, I'm gonna put it in the chat right now. And
There you go, Delano. Yo yo.
so that's the one. So when y'all click on it and tell me when y'all see that big girl frowning up with the bandana on, y'all gonna be like, yo, it's and nothing against, whatever. I'm saying if you're a girl or boy, whatever, I don't care. I'm just saying at the time I was like, yo, these some peculiar looking whatever. It's
Yo, this
odd.
guy peculiar.
Yeah. Yo,
Yo,
I'm just saying, man. I mean, I ain't trying to offend nobody, and I hope nobody is offended. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. When I saw, I was like, what? What? You know?
well, well, there was a cat out of Jersey City. He had a record um at that time, and
Yeah. You talking about Double X Posse?
Apache.
Apache. Yeah, yeah. I remember Apache. Yeah. You know he passed away.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Apache passed away, man. It was I got ragged because I got ragged by the dudes from Newark. They like, yo, we got Red Man and Only by Nature. Who y'all got? And I was like, Heather B and Apache. And they would just laugh and
Yo, yo, people are gonna stop. People going to stop disrespecting Heather B as if she was the second mic on a morning show all her life.
no,
She put us. She made us put the Glocks down. Okay.
all of them. Yeah, all of them. So, but yeah, man, I feel you. I feel you. That was my joint though. All Glocks down. That was my joint for a little while. For a little while, like 3 weeks. That 3 weeks. That was my joint. Yeah, man. So I think we dodging. I think we moved the goalposts a little bit. We were supposed to be on here bashing Big Daddy Kane, and we didn't get a chance to.
Oh well, no, I wasn't on here bashing Big Daddy Kane. I was not on here bashing Big Daddy Kane. You gonna stop using those words and phrases that I did not say.
All willy nilly, right? No, we
Right.
together. Oh no, we ain't.
The reason I brought up Apache was because he had Gangsta B, and all I need I need a Gangsta B, and
Yeah,
so that's me was explaining why Escape had on bandanas, looking gangster
yeah,
and being tough.
yeah,
Now back to Big Daddy Kane. All I was saying was if Big Daddy Kane would have waited until the 2000s to drop, I think he could have had a resurgence or a second run, like a little mini run you know, where he could fit in because his at the time double time rap was on its way out. like Jay was the like in that. What album was that? That was his first. No, that was before Reasonable Doubt when he was, rapping
Yeah,
fast.
yeah. When he was with Jazzo,
Yes.
the Jazzo
Um,
years.
he didn't. After that, he really didn't. He really didn't do that
Yeah,
as much. He
yeah,
throw it in every now and again, but it wasn't a staple because you remember like the Food Snickers were doing it. Daz Effects was doing it, and then they had a beef about who started
yeah.
that, and I thought that was hilarious.
Twister was doing it
And
all at the
then
same time.
right, so
But back then, his name was Tongue Twister. Back then, for the record.
that is a fact. That is a fact. Um, I think he would have came out if he would have came out then, or Big Daddy Kane could have at the midway mark of 2000s 2010, like he could have put out product then and had a decent enough run because I think he fits what they were doing at the time. Like all that shit. Oh, excuse me. All that stuff that like uh like the Amigos were doing, um,
Right.
and that made them shoot to the moon. Like Kane could have fit that pocket, and he could have rolled that pocket because of his cadence, right? That's all I'm saying. I don't think an artist should wait that long. Sometimes you're just a casualty of the times, and it's just like, well, if you would have come along 10 years later, just like being in the league, you know, uh, some cats you see, you like, man, if you were born 10 years earlier, your game
Yeah,
would have fit right in what the NBA was doing, or vice versa. Like if you were born 10 years later, this person would have excelled in this type of NBA. So
right. I I understand what you're saying, Chuck. I just think the dude came out with a whack album. We need to acknowledge it and just, what I'm saying, keep it pushing.
yo,
You
I'm
know what I'm
saying it was a whack. I didn't say it was good. I said it was whack. I'm saying um sometimes you have to find, like, LL found his longevity in the game by making the chick records.
Yeah. And staying in excellent shape.
Right. So
Excellent
so
shape.
so that he could sell the sexy image of
Right.
that. All of his
So he can talk fake. So LL could talk fake gangster and lick his lips and then do some push-ups in his
yo,
video.
yo.
Nah, because a lot of dudes try to get in that ladies lane and they can't do it. Like Drake do like those, you know what I'm saying? And Big Daddy Kane was doing those lady songs, but these dudes ain't never like take their shirt off and show no real muscle. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
LL, you know what I'm saying? Do like the fake I'm hard stuff and then take his shirt off and then start flexing his chest muscles. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
But what
what is this?
L also, because he knew that there was a balance, right?
Right.
So L will always have the bang street record with the up and coming hot rappers.
Right.
Like when he had the joint with Keith Murray, Prodigy, Fat Joe,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Foxy.
Yeah. Yeah. That was
I
dope.
shot you.
Yeah. Prodigy in that record, Prodigy said the dopest line I think I ever heard him say. He said, Prodigy will forever SHINE. The rhyme attract me like the moon attracts the sea. When he said that, I was like, oh, turn the record off, turn it off. Because if you come after that, no matter what, because Fat Joe came after that, and I still don't remember what Fat Joe said. And
Oh
Fat
no,
Joe
I
had
know,
an album out
I know
already.
those verses because I remember when that I had the single for that,
Okay.
and when I tell you I played that, I rewind and
Yeah.
back then. That's when you heard something. Well, I'm gonna speak for me and my friends. When we heard something hot, hey, yo, rewind that. What did he
Yep.
just say?
What did he say?
Whoa,
Yep.
that
Yep.
was. But then Prodigy was one of those dudes that at that time Prodigy was probably the hottest rapper,
Yeah.
like like rapper. Not
Yeah. Yeah.
Mobb Deep is cool. I'm talking about him as a rap. The
Yeah.
Illuminati wants my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society trying to keep their eye on me, but I'ma
Yeah.
stay incognito until they can't find me. Until my move strategically to God.
Yeah.
I'm illa, similar to a chess player. Oh man, I can't remember the whole, but the
The
verse
whole
is
thing
crazy.
was dope. The whole verse was dope.
Jay-Z talks about that verse. He was
Yeah.
like, "Yo, when I heard that, yo, he's the hottest in the city, so naturally I had to go at them." Yeah,
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
So and then fast forward, he does it again by getting Redman, Method Man, DMX, and an
Cannabis
unknown named Cannabis.
and Master P.
All right, the Master P, that was the remix, and that didn't need to happen.
Master P verse
About it.
it was the dopest verse Master P ever wrote.
Yes.
I mean, that might not be saying much, but I mean,
We're about to get rowdy. I was like,
rowdy, we
what?
got it. Oh, I just want to throw up all over my computer. Just
Yeah, Master P. Yeah, I did not understand. I didn't understand the Master P love. I understood with certain people from No Limit. Like I understood why people love me X. I understood why people love Fiend and Mr. Magic and Mystical.
right.
But P and Silk, I did not understand it. I was like, yo, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I rock with C Murder. Yeah, I love C Murder. But Master P and Silk.
And I know it's the vibe. I know it's the vibe of, you know what I'm saying? Like people like, nah, man, everybody don't rap the same. I get it. Because you can listen to two dudes from the same area and they rap different. Like for instance, you can legit listen to Too Short and Richie Rich, right? Or Too Short, Richie Rich, and E40, right? And
Totally
people will say, people be like, Too Short, E40, and then you listen to Richie Rich. Richie Rich is a wordsmith and super smooth. You know what I'm saying? Snoop them used to say back in the day that was his idol. Richie Rich, Tupac was like, yo, this dude Richie Rich is the most slept on rapper of all time. While I disagree, I do know that he slept on. Right? I bought Richie Rich albums, right? The dude is super smooth, right? I don't think he's like the most slept on rapper of all time. I think there are a lot of rappers that are slept on, right? Like AZ slept on, in my opinion.
Here's the thing. AZ didn't work. No. Is he first of all, the guy has the voice. He has the rhymes. He has a look that's marketable. Because that's what that was a big thing at the time, being marketable.
Right.
Or could you be something, or did you have enough that we could work you like a Notorious B.I.G.? Like Big should have never been a sex symbol. Biggie?
What?
Come on, man.
That's Puffy. I'm telling you,
that was
the shiny
Puff's
suit
magic.
era.
Yes.
That's the shiny suit era. People hate it. When I say Biggie and shiny suit, people just They shuffle. They be so mad at me. They don't know what to do. They be shuffling. Biggie one Johnny Soup. But the
Oh, when
first
you
joint,
said the locks. They were, oh, so the locks are signed shiny suit now. I remember when G Money was upset.
yeah.
It's the truth, man. It like we can't rewrite history. Like, yes, we love the locks,
Right.
but they were shiny shooting it up over there on Bad
Yeah.
Boy. That's
If
why
you
they
think
wanted
I'm
off the
jiggy,
label.
yeah. If you think I'm jiggy, what?
If
Come
you think
on.
that song was awful, and they kept playing it on
And
the
they kept
radio,
playing.
and I was
Yeah.
like, this song is
Like
trash.
trash.
That
Trash.
don't
And
take away
they
from.
had to.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because when you listen to the album, they had all kind of R&B remakes, like "Start Rap Over," the joint where they took Miles J, "Let's Start Love Over,"
Yeah,
back to the way things were. Forget about him and I'll forget about her. They took that, and then the first lines of their verses were homages to hip hop. You know what I'm
yes,
saying? I think one of the dudes said hip hop set out in the park. We used to do it out in the dark, or something like that. He said, but that's MC Shan from like 15 years earlier, 10 years earlier.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So
I don't think. I think because we don't. If they would have stayed on, if they stayed on Bad Boys, we would have never gotten the money, power, respect locks. We wouldn't have got none
yeah,
of that.
yeah, we
We
wouldn't
would
have
have
got
got.
Wild Out.
We wouldn't have got none of that.
Yeah.
They would have got something like "Too Cool." Too
yeah,
cool. We
yeah, they'd have
what?
been.
Too cool.
Yeah, yeah,
Cause we
and,
bad boy forever. Like, nah, man.
yeah,
Um,
man.
and everyone acts like we all love like like Big wasn't just loved like that. Like everybody wasn't just going around calling him the greatest rapper. Like there were people coming for his head. Um,
Why don't people
because
from
of the
East New
shiny
York
suit.
like Biggie? Or people from East New York don't like Big? Why?
That's just personally, I think that's a Brooklyn thing.
Oh wow.
I think that's a Brooklyn thing. Just like
Okay.
just like how Queens have their like they all from Queens, but nah. we from Corona, or people don't really say, well, now they say Corona, but back then you from left right. If you
Right.
say Corona, you from left right.
Right.
No, 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 I
Right.
live up on 108th. Nah, you from left right. Uh
Right.
um you couldn't go to the 40 projects, or you couldn't go to Baisley projects, or you couldn't go over in Queensbridge and just chill if you were from over here, over from left right. Like it didn't happen. So I'm just assuming because I don't know the Brooklyn politics. Brooklyn salute, but speak, tell me I'm wrong, but it could be a Brooklyn thing. Because
Right.
I know that I know that Buckshot and them was on Biggie's neck about that shiny suit
Yeah.
nonsense.
Yeah.
Then you
Did the
have,
joint? Did a joint little sneak this joint called Two Turntables and a Mic? You remember that?
yes,
Little sneak
yes,
this joint. Yeah. Yeah.
uh the Roots had their diss record. Y'all don't like, because the shiny suit thing was a thing. It was a
It was a
thing,
thing. It
and
was a
people
thing.
hated it.
Yeah.
People hated it, but I think it's called What They Do or
Yeah.
something like that. The
When they redid the Juicy video and they had the little thing
Yes,
popping up.
yes, yes,
They redid the Juicy video,
yes,
pointing out all this stuff. That was crazy.
yes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
And that's the
that was
thing. We like to rewrite history,
right.
or not even. Nah, that didn't happen. We don't acknowledge the real. Like and it doesn't take away from a person's greatness, but being, let's just keep it a buck. It wasn't smooth sailing for them all the way. Same thing with
Right.
Jay-Z. Jay-Z
Right.
was a big question mark until Volume 2.
Right. Yo, how come he can't? How come he can't produce hits? Remember that Jay-Z can't produce hits.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it was like, yo, this dude is trying to be big so bad, yo.
Yeah. He
Like
thirsty.
look at him. Like he lined up with Foxy. Like he trying to be big and Kim. Like, yo,
Yeah.
people didn't like, these were conversations that were going on at the time around the older people that were really into it. And I was just a kid listening. Like all the politics and the side
Yeah.
stuff really didn't matter to me. What's the music like?
Right.
But
Yeah.
Jay was a question mark. There were people,
Yeah.
nah, he's not, nah, he's
He
not
ain't
the
it.
next one.
He don't because there's this thing, man. You can have, and this is what I tell people that want to be YouTubers, right?
Hmm.
You can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't have it, people ain't gonna rock with you,
Right.
right? You can have all the talent. You can work as hard. You can work harder than anybody else on the planet, but if you don't have it, people ain't gonna rock with you, man. And I see people like I legit see people like I don't know why people tune into the Knicks Want to Drive. All Uncle Freezie do is just let people argue, and you know what I'm saying. But the thing
Hmm.
is, the thing is that separates. I'll toot my own horn a little bit. The thing that separates like the grinders from the people that have it is you have to be able to establish a connection with the people. They want a piece of you. And if you're not willing to give people a piece of you, if you want to keep all your stuff to yourself, if you just want to hand out stuff like this, here, take this, that's all you're getting, then people are not going to rock with you. You know what I'm saying? It's the reason why, in my opinion, that the Notorious B.I.G. was so big is because he could be vulnerable.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like he had the joint party and BS, right? All along, he was like, yo, he telling people, I want to be this thing, and this is who we are, and such and such.
Hmm.
And people kind of gravitated towards that. They like, he like an average, he like my cousin. But
Right.
then when you talk about when Jay talking about dead presidents, he talking about while y'all spit that Wonderama mess. You remember Wonderama, the kid TV show that used to come on
Yeah.
70s and 80s?
Yeah.
This is Jay-Z. While y'all spit that kitty stuff, me and my corporation is staying up in these big high hotels and stuff away from y'all. That's basically what he was saying in the first line of Dead Presidents. While y'all
Right.
spit that Wonderama mess, me and my conglomerates shall remain anonymous, caught up in the finest stuff. That's what he told people off the rip. Like, I'm better than y'all and I know it, and I'm gonna stay away from y'all. But Big is like party and BS. And then Jay-Z is wondering why they not really checking for me when I tell them that I'm better than them. Bro, it's because you telling the whole world that you above them. I mean,
Right.
how do you connect? Where's the connection? There's no connection.
And that's where his music was missing. It was dope, but it wasn't connecting. It wasn't connecting with the masses. And
Right.
and Reasonable Doubt didn't get 5 mics in the source until they got pressed about it.
Yeah.
They was like, it
Yeah.
was cool, side, but it's not.
Yeah.
And then they got pressed. Now it's they retracted and now it's 5 mics. And everybody, yo, it's a classic. I was like, yo, man, like
At the
song
time,
structures. At the time, it was. I would equate it to sounding like a mixtape, or someone who didn't know how to make records and just.
right. Right.
I'm like, yo, this is like 24 bars in his verse before the
Yeah,
hook.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a minute,
What are y'all doing?
right? Uh, and so that's why it took him a lot longer to break through when a big um very first album you get a record, Suicidal Thoughts.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
And that right there was an R&B remake also.
uh
Yeah, yeah. What, hold on, I'll find it. I remember the Suicidal Thoughts. Is that the one? Let me find it on my phone. I'm gonna find it on my phone. I'm gonna just
okay. Um Big had a lovable drip more truth. I copped the reasonable doubt on the A train. Yo, that was the thing. Yo, back in the day, man, going down in the train stations, like, yo, bro. If you was short on anything, like, yo, you could yo, I need a hat, you can get that. I need a do-rag, I need a bandana, you can get that from one of the tables. Yo, man, I need to get fresh. You can get you a little thing of oil. Uh Back then when reasonable doubt was, you probably got a reasonable doubt and a chew stick.
right. Hey, and so
Boy.
I got the songs mixed up. Suicidal Thoughts I confused with Everyday Struggle.
Every day. Okay.
Yeah, I got those two confused. My bad.
It was, but those were the records that pulled you in to him as a person. Now it was the other things that had you pulled in as an artist. All of the singles, right?
Right.
Um, the difference between not the difference, but one of the major differences between Jay and Big at that time was Big had Puff,
Yeah.
and Puff had the ear to say, "Yo, you need to do something to that."
Right.
And then Biggie having the ear to do the incredible things that he did to a lot of these records.
The most talented. He's the most talented person to ever do it. Ever. Ever. Now, did all his stuff hit the mark? No.
No,
But if you ask me, in my opinion, the most talented person to ever step in front of a microphone. Now, does that mean all his songs were dope? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when it came to the art of rapping, the dude could do it easier and more free than anybody that ever lived. Ain't need no ink pen, ain't need to collect no thoughts. They just like, hey, you hear this beat? He like, yeah, I hear it. Go rap to it. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, bro. Now, does Rakim whoop him in the ink pen game, the writing game? Yes,
yeah,
in my
yeah,
opinion. Rakim, if you give Rakim a pen and a pad, he gonna whoop a lot of people. So ain't no shame to anybody who is not as good as Rakim. It happens, right? But what I'm saying is if you put all the greatest MCs in a room and just played a random beat and was like, say, go rap, the Notorious B.I.G. is going to out rap everybody in the room. Now, if you send them the beat, you know what I'm saying, and then like come back in 7 days with your best joint, Big might not have the dopest verse. He may or he may not.
right,
It might be Jay, it might be Nas, it might be Rakim. I mean, it might be Ice. You never know, you know.
right.
But anyway, yo, Hard Will is in the building. What's good to my brother Hard Will? What's happening?
Salute,
Yo,
salute,
hey,
salute.
so you mentioned Queens, and guess who show up?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Roll from Far Rock, like Far Rock, Far. First of all, you can't really beef with Far Rock because you have to go way out there just for some beat. Nah, man. Far Rock away, Coney Island, Staten Island, man, those two places, those places. Hey man, those guys out there, nah, I don't mess around. I
Right.
don't mess around. You better be on your swivel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Far Rockaway, Coney Island, Staten Island.
Right.
Yes,
I heard Staten Island is grimy. I ain't been there in a minute. I heard Staten Island is grimy.
it is.
But
Mhm.
but I ain't trying to disparage, talk about nobody place where they live and all that stuff. So shout out to all these places, and I hope everybody's well.
Staten Island. People people will associate Long Island with New York City quicker than Staten Island.
Well,
And
good point.
Staten Island is a borough. Long
Okay,
Island
sure.
is not.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because Staten Island, man, I got family that live in Staten Island, like all those places I just named, Staten Island, Coney Island.
But they got to
Uh,
take the ferry to get to anywhere.
it's yo, they desolate, bro. Like they're out. You would think because they're the five boroughs, like it's easy to get to those places. Nah, man, they're the furthest you
Nah,
got to travel.
right.
That's the furthest you got to go in Brooklyn to get to Coney Island, my man. Coney Island is a long ride on the train, and that's man. Listen, I think if I'm not mistaken, New Yorkers correct me, but back in the day, I think it was the the F the F that went to Coney Island. Um, but either way, yeah, man, those places right there in the city,
Right.
you don't want to you don't want to go.
So let me get back to, so just real quick about the Big Daddy Kane thing. I just need to get this off my chest because anytime I bring up Big Daddy Kane name, I have to bash Big Daddy Kane. It's almost like it's expected. It's almost like a Uncle Freezy thing. So listen, I love Big Daddy Kane a lot, right? From
Yes,
the raw Big Daddy Kane, I loved Big Daddy Kane. Here I am, RAW, a terrorist, hit to bring trouble to all this stuff. I love that Big Daddy Kane. You know, the Big Daddy Kane was um down your ear, crisp and clear as I prepare to wear 10 smear and I'm out of here. That Big Daddy Kane, I loved him, bro. But the baby pimp Big Daddy Kane, the Big Daddy Kane that looked like Cat Williams, I ain't no fan of that. I don't care what nobody say. Right? We've been talking about this for years. Um, Shout out to Sim Russell because he's been trying to change me. Not try to change me, but maybe not understand where I was coming from. This is like this is years and years of conversation. Like, yo, Uncle Freezy, you just don't understand where Big Daddy Kane was coming from, right? And I'm like, no, bro. I saw this dude in a music video dressed like a bullfighter. We don't dress like that in the street, bro. You know what I'm saying? I saw this dude
mhm.
with a purple outfit on in a Heavy D video. Bro, you ain't Prince, man. My man, you are not Prince. Cut it out. What's next? A perm? What's that? What's that, Big Daddy Kane? You gonna do Darling Nikki next? Come on, yo. Come on, yo. This dude, yo, is crazy. It bothered me so much that a man overnight went from one thing to another. Like, because the thing is me and the okay. This is the realistic thing about hip hop and music in general. Most of the people that we like to listen to are generally about our age. You feel me?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like the people that grew up, like say for instance Elvis, right? The people that were fans of Elvis were around Elvis's age, so they can understand what Elvis was going through. The people that like the Beatles, the European invasion,
yes.
the people that like the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Traffic, who is Traffic is a very, very, very underrated group overall. And for those that don't know the group Traffic, they did a song called Dear Mr. Fantasy. If you watch Avengers Infinity War, it's the song that start playing after Hawkeye family gets snapped. That right there, the little guitar riff, that's Dear Mr. Fantasy. That's a dude named Steve Winwood who he went solo and had a bunch of hits in the 80s by himself. Roll with It and some other stuff, right? But so I mentioned Steve Winwood name, and my dog go crazy. My dog must be a Steve Winwood fan. but people that like the Rolling Stones, the Monkees, the Beatles,
Yeah.
they were all about the same age. There was a connectivity there, right? And like when hip hop first came out, we were all around like the same age, going through the same plight. Like Jersey City looked just like the Bronx, right? All the stuff that was going on in the Bronx was going on in Jersey City. Right. Burning buildings everywhere. Like dude made a song, Broken Glass Everywhere. Yeah, that was Jersey City, right? And so the thing is, when you connect with an artist, bro, and then they pull the switch up on you, they pull the rug out from up under you, you're like, wait a minute, dog. In this one album, you had the Dookie chain on with your shirt off. You know what I'm saying? You talking about, you know what I'm saying, Young, Gifted, and Black. And then the next album, you up here with Barry White? What's going on? Come on, bro. You gotta keep it. Yo, you got to keep it 10 times 10, bro. You got to, come on, man. You got to keep it right and exact. You can't just do a switch up. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, come on, bro. And then I'm already mad, right? I'm already mad. I'm like, yo, my man just did a switch up on me. Ain't no warning, no nothing. Well, you know what? There was a warning. Because he did this joint called I Get the Job Done, produced by Teddy Riley on one of my favorite hip hop albums, right? Of all time, right? So I'm like, yo, I get the job done. He got the girls dancing in the video and all that stuff, you know. So I get it. And then the warning was there, right? Because Smooth Operator was on the album, right? So I'm like, okay, Smooth Operator, all right. Mm-hmm. But to go from that all the way to you dressing like Prince and Cat Williams, come on, Kane, what's happening? Yo, the dude legit.
Old Dolomite joints.
Yes. Yes. Yo, there's a video by Heavy D called Don't Curse, right? This dude is in this video dressed like a miniature bullfighter, bro. Is it like, dude, you legit, come on, Kane, come on. Kane, you still owe me an apology, bro. That was like 50 million years ago. And you still owe me an apology, man, for that. You don't do your fans like that, bro. You don't do your people like that.
But I don't think that was his doing per se. Because you got to understand. You got to understand. White people don't understand. They didn't understand hip hop. And for the people that are feeling some kind of way because I said it that way, it was the truth. So those white executives that were in their 30s and 40s, they didn't understand hip hop. Right. They were trying to sell an image
crossover,
and crossover. Because if you listen to some of the older hip hop acts, they couldn't get booked unless there was an R&B act on the bill. If it was just straight hip hop,
right?
Clubs and places weren't booking them, so they had to have an R&B an act in order for them to perform. You know, so I think this was a label call to say like, hey man, we gotta, the ladies find you attractive, so you gotta cater to more towards the ladies. Look at LL. LL is doing this, so you gotta. And so when you don't have control over what you're doing, you're susceptible to making bad decisions
Chuck,
or
I'm
allowing
gonna
people to put you in a bad position to make it seem as if you made a bad decision. You know what I mean?
right.
I wouldn't have went that route. He could have kept doing Smooth Operator and songs like that, but to take the full ugh,
Yeah. I'm gonna share the screen. I want you to see something, Chuck. I want you to see something, and please tell me if I'm wrong. Right? Please tell me if I'm wrong. Chuck, look at what this dude got on, bro. Yeah, look at what this dude got on, man. Now, how can you be hard and you got on silk pants?
hey man, you can be hard. You can be hard in silk pants.
Man. Nah, man. Hey,
You can. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why you can't be. You can't be tough in silk pants.
Yo, look at what this man got on, a matching scarf.
Yeah, I like
He looked like
scarves.
a bullfighter, bro.
Man, he look cool as I don't know what. Man, look at him. Look at
I
like
bet.
what's cooler than being in a room full of women and you the only dude there.
Oh my god, bro. Yo, come on, bro.
Barney.
Dude, yo, come on, man. And look, I'm gonna show you a dude in the same video, right? A dude in the same video, right? A dude in the same video. Where's he at? Where's he at? Let me take this
Oh,
down
come on.
before.
Nah, man. Don't do that.
Come
Don't do
on,
that.
come on,
Don't do that.
come
Don't
on,
do
come
that.
on, Chuck.
Don't do
Come
that.
on, Chuck.
Don't do
I'm
that.
saying.
Don't do that because what I'm going to tell you is that at no point in his career, was they trying that he had a sex appeal to him that was marketable, that they was going to get behind like, yep.
That's why, that's why both of them are legends, almost lost to history. Both of them were great lyricists coming up at the same
Yes.
time, right? And so what people don't know is that the original Raw, right? The original Raw featured Coogee Rap. What you saw on Big Daddy Kane's album is a Raw remix without Coogee Rap, right? Right? You know the reason why the original Raw is not on Kane's album? Because Coogee Rap was so lyrically superior in that song. I'm not saying overall. I'm not saying overall because I don't want to start no beef. Because Kane is a great lyricist, right? But in Raw, the original, by the time you heard Kane, you was like, I don't even want to hear nothing from him. By the time Coogee Rap it was so good, was so great that by the time you heard Kane, it's like, I ain't too interested in. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, what I wanted to get to is Chuck, like for instance, if you come on the show tomorrow and you Rastafari, right? I'm like, yo, damn, what the hell happened overnight? You like, and you be like, nah, brethren. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, nah, bro, you can't do the switch up like that, bro.
Yo.
we can't do the switch up like that. We come from a place where we be wanting it. We want people to be a buck 24/7.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The thing about Uncle Freezie is I'm gonna be myself regardless if people like it or not. And people respect that. Because I can say some stuff, they might not like what I say one day, but they know that I'm being 100% genuine with them 1,000% of the time, even if we had talk about stuff and we don't agree, right? But did you see the outfit Kane had on, bro?
I get it. What you're saying, and the reality of the music business is not the same.
I get it.
It isn't. like I'm telling you, yo, they had him ham that up. Like, yeah, we're gonna put you on this. We're gonna have you like this. Yeah, you know, he was to take it back to the '70s, black exploitation. You know, we're gonna have the women. We're gonna have you like hip hop went through a bunch of weird phases. And
Right.
so, like, because if you go back and look at the early hip hop, it looked like it was the spillage of, Sly and the Family Stone or
Isaac
Parliament
Hayes.
Funkadelic. Yeah,
Yeah.
like it felt like it looked like that. It didn't feel like it, but it looked like it, right?
Right. Right.
Then
Everybody dressed like the Ohio players.
right,
So you got a dog collar around your neck, you know what I'm saying? And a big cummerbund on with no shirt, you know what I'm saying? 6-inch heels, snakeskin boots. You know what I'm saying? What is this?
what is it? Because at that time there was no identity to it, and
Right.
then you get the young men out of Queens. Like, man, we wear Lees, we wear Adidas, we wear leather jackets, we wear
Right.
Kango buckets,
You're
and
right.
then that
We wear the
became
stuff we can afford. Yeah.
right.
We wear street stuff.
And then you fast forward from those guys, and then you got the God MC and his DJ dressing like the guys that you see every day,
Drug dealers.
right?
Yeah.
And so that became the evolution. So when Kane was like, I get it because it was the early stages of hip hop, and the people that were running these marketing departments were no different than the people who were writing for black shows. And you'd be like,
Yeah.
we don't talk like that.
Right.
Like,
Jive turkey.
yeah, like what it is, what it is,
What it
damn it.
is, brother.
Like,
Yeah.
like, come on, man. We all saw Hollywood Shuffle. Like, come on.
Yeah.
we
Hollywood.
saw your black acting school.
Yeah. Afros. Yeah.
uh so you know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing where it's I really I don't understand black culture, and I definitely don't understand this hip hop because it's all
Right.
new. And then there was no rules. There was no guideline. This is what hip hop is going to be, what it's going to look like, and how it's going to sound forever until the end of time. Um, every era came in and they put their little mark, their little stamp on the bigger picture of of hip hop. And I just feel like these people with these marketing backgrounds, the fall the easiest thing for a marketing campaign to do is sell some sex.
Right. Right.
Oh man, you trying to sell this product, man? Just have a girl in a bikini
Just attach sex to
or
it.
do something very sensual with it.
Right.
That's going to sell. And so that I think that's what they did with Kane, and then that hurt him. That hurt him
Did it
because
really?
they didn't understand his brand.
I don't think they knew what Brandon was back then. I don't think they knew what Brandon was. I honestly don't think people, corporations, all that stuff knew what branding was until um the Air Jordan thing took hold. Right. And the reason why I say that, and I know we got to get to the relationship portion. Man, we running behind. God dog it. Chuck, why do we always pack 4 hours worth of content in a 1 hour show? I don't know.
I don't know. I was reading Public Enemy number one's comment while you were speaking. Um, yeah, man, we get these we can elaborate on for hours. And they try to compact that in a short period of time. But yeah, I get that how could you not be a fan of R&B and soul and blues, when that's all that was there at the time, rock and
Right.
roll.
Right.
How could you not be a fan of those things when those are only records that are going to be playing in your house? Because pre 79, when people talk about rap, it was how do you the words that came out of your mouth when you were speaking to a girl.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Yeah.
what
Or some advice. A rap was like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let me rap to you a little bit. Let me put a bug in your ear. Let me holler
right,
at you, youngin. That
right.
was rap, right? But that was what we call rapping. But that came from a jazz term, like beatniks and stuff talk
Hmm.
like that during the 60s, like early 60s and all that stuff. I remember my uncles and them used to tell me that rap, y'all beatniks or something. I was like, what is a beatnik? I didn't know. I was a kid.
Right.
But I can go on. But you want to let's do the relationship thing, man. So I can get to the KMD because they want to talk about Tibbs, bro. The Knicks lost last night. They want to talk about Tibbs, man. They fired up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We ain't gonna hold them up. We ain't gonna hold
Yeah.
up KMD.
You wanna do you wanna introduce the relationship after I hit the
All right, let's do it.
okay.
Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the black. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need. What you need. We're broken, it's tragic. We're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic. Believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness.
I love it, bro.
I love that song too. Yeah, and that's a free joint. Wow.
Yeah.
Today's topic, relationship corner. We're gonna talk about long distance relationships. Are they really real? Or is just two people pretending? What's your thoughts, man? In the chat, long distance relationship. If you were with a woman and she had to go work in another state, or you had to go work in another state, or different country, different part of the world, could you be in a long distance relationship with someone? And if so, how long?
That's a great question. So I have a few questions to ask
Hmm.
for those listening to the long distance relationship thing. So for one, how much do you love this person that you would commit your life to them and not feel their absence with somebody else, right? How much do you love a person where you're willing to not see them every day, right? How is this long-term relationship? I mean not long-term, I'm sorry. Does long distance relationship or is long distance relationship a buzzword for another type of relationship? Does it mean like you're in an open relationship? Right?
Does it?
Right. That's what I'm getting at. Oh, and here's the thing too. In a long distance relationship, how long is the distance And how long is the time away? Because if it's one of those deals where you move to a new city, start a new career, say I'm in Miami and you're in Seattle, and your job sent you there permanently, and I'm permanently in Miami, what are we doing? Right? And here's two other questions. What is it that you expect from me in this long distance relationship that will keep this love of ours alive? Right?
Okay.
And how much of me is required so that this thing does not fall apart? So I have a lot of questions about long distance relationships.
Uh, me too. Okay. Well, let's do this. Um, I guess if we use by today's metric, because you have access to a lot more technology now. Back in the day, all you could do is talk to someone on the phone. That's it. Uh, um, if you if you were if you were not financially uh, able, there probably wasn't long distance on your phone, so you had to go to the payphone or you had to buy a phone card
Yeah.
to talk to whomever that was long distance. Um, so if we use today's metric, okay, the person that you're going on this long distance relationship or going in on this long distance relationship with is someone that you met online. Um, they're from Sacramento and you're from Tampa. Y'all meet online. Y'all meet somewhere in the middle as your first rendezvous. Um, and now y'all have been going strong for a year.
Okay.
How long can you guys continue this long distance relationship, being that she's in Sacramento, you're in Tampa, um, and you see each other uh, twice a month?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh, let's take that back because that might not be realistic. Maybe once a month.
Um, Chuck, that's a tough question. That's tough, man, because okay. So, all right, when I first heard the question, the first thing I thought about was Usher, right? I don't know why, man. I'm immature sometimes, right? The first thing I thought about was confessions. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
Right.
thought about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how she got pregnant by me. She slipped in. I caught her, and next thing, yeah, it's always weird stuff. Like
Hmm.
when it comes to stuff like that. So when it comes to long distance relationships, man. See, I went through the long distance relationship. Remember, I told you the story about the lady Marion. I met her on her 18th birthday, went to her birthday party and all that.
Right.
Yeah, and my hating cousin was like, "Why, why you always kissing her all out loud?" You know, what I'm like, "Yo, why you standing there? This is awkward. I'm standing here with my girl. We trying to get a little, and you standing like 2 feet away, mad as hell, talking about why we always kissing. That's awkward, B. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, the long distance relationship thing. It's expensive.
Right.
Sometimes words and things get out of context. You have to apologize a lot. Right.
Right.
And back in the days when I was trying to do it back in the 80s and 90s, bro, MCI was MCI was killing me. Okay. See, y'all, a lot of people don't know who MCI is and don't even bother like looking at them.
Good afternoon. My name is Daryl, and I'm calling on behalf of MCI. Wondering if you were okay with your long distance bill. And if not, can I help you with that? We're offering a plan of 10 cents a minute.
Right. 10
cents a minute.
Yeah. But when you're in a long-term relationship, a long-distance relationship, bro, by the time you get warmed up, like, how was your day? Like, what's going on? You cooking such and such for that? By the time you get to start talking about particulars, you on the phone like 75 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You done spent $7.50 already. And in the 80s, $7.50, bro. That was my bus fare for the week.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then like, you can't help, man. Look, man. Listen, if you in a long distance relationship today, more power to you, because things are different than it was 30 years ago, like when I was trying to do that stuff. But what I will tell you is this: if the long distance person that you're about to get into this thing with ain't absolutely worth it, just break up. If that person ain't the love of your life, don't do long-term relationships for fun. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. Don't, if you lonely, don't do no long distance relationship. Because it's a lady that I work with. She in a long distance relationship with a dude from Indiana. Right? I can't wait. I see my boo Easter weekend. Easter? Yeah, we gonna try to get together Easter weekend and 4th of July. What? Man, that dude that bagged like 3 other girls. That dude ain't think about you.
Okay, see.
That dude ain't think about you.
You may 1,000% be right, Uncle Freezie. But you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, man. Like everybody that out there, some people are cool with they virtual girlfriend. See, it's a little different now than back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. There's FaceTime, there's Skype, there's Zoom, there's IM, there's a whole bunch of things that weren't available where it's a little easier. Like, man, just talking to a voice on the phone for a couple hours. Long distance wouldn't have worked because my mom would have beat me upside the head with when that phone bill came.
Right.
Who in Tampa, Florida, that you on my phone?
Yo,
you be going on that phone when I go to bed, and then your mama take the phone in the room when she go to bed.
Yeah. She got to, man. Chuck, no lie, my cousin. And I hate to keep talking about my cousin because he a good guy, man. Now he a good guy now, but yo, back in the day when Party Line was the thing, this was 1984, 85. Yo, he ran up a $900 phone bill. Yes, in 1985. Yes. So you know how much $900 is? $900, bro. $900.
It's $100 short of 1,000.
Yes. Yes.
Jeez, buddy. What were you? What is it called? A sex line or something?
Nah, this girl was she worked for the party line. You know, the longer you keep you remember Girl 6?
Yes.
Kind of like the longer you keep them on the line, the more money the company make.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Yeah. So she was just like, yo, you know, I love you with all my heart. I'm gonna run away from my people and I'm gonna meet you at the Statue of Liberty, and I'll put all that mess in his head to keep him on the phone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, man.
Yo, I
Yeah,
remember though. I remember those commercials.
yeah,
Are you feeling lonely? Then call locals party line
yeah,
1-800 so sexy and talk to the sexy singles in your area.
yeah,
Call 1-800 super sexy. You
yeah,
call and then it says real fast is $1 for the first minute and $5.99 for each additional minute.
yeah, yeah. And then it's some fat pimple faced chick with braces sitting in somebody's basement. You know what
Has
I'm
an
saying?
amazing voice.
Yeah, but yeah, yeah, yeah,
Knock on wood. I got a
yeah.
home I got a home girl that did that for a long time.
Right.
And yes, braces on the wrong side of 200.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was, but
But
had
I'm
the
sure she's a
most,
nice person. I'm sure she was a dope person.
oh,
But that was just her job.
yeah, her voice was just sensual. On the phone,
Right.
you'd be like, oh man, who is this? And I'm like, man,
Yeah.
man, I bet you she got, if you want to call them curves, if you want to.
She round. That's what she definitely round. Right. But yo, it just it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. The thing with the long distance relationship, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think a lot of times the women be more into it than maybe a man. Or maybe I'm being misogynistic. I think that's the word. I'm not for sure. Or maybe I'm thinking like in an overly over manly way that mostly women look to do that. Man, be like, yeah, you know I love you, girl. I can't look forward to seeing you. And as soon as he hang up, you know what I'm saying? He get in the car playing Big Booty Hoes, hum with it, going straight to the club. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. I mean, I just can't. I just Chuck. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Here's the wrinkle that I want thrown in. All right, you in the military though,
Yeah.
and now you got to go be stationed in Germany for the next 3 years,
Right.
or Korea, or Hawaii, or anywhere that is not here,
Here. Oh, close.
or your job sends you to Thailand for 2 years.
Or the Philippines.
Do you stay with and you've been with this person for a year or two? They can't just up and move with you to Germany. They
Am
can't
I
just
am I married? Am I married or am I just
no.
dating?
This is a girlfriend. This is a
Oh,
girlfriend. This is a girlfriend. This is
mm,
someone that you
mm.
think could possibly be the Mrs. So and so in your life, and y'all have already invested, a year or two.
God
Do
dog it,
you
Chuck.
do you call it
I'm
quits?
I'm already late for KMD. I don't push the KMD back twice. I might have to get out of here. You can you rock? Can you just rock
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Okay. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. Chuck gonna rock. Hey, when you rap, man, just let me know. Just hit me, and then I'll do the do.
All right. Um, yeah, but yeah, I definitely said that last week, sub. But to make it, I use the military because you're not going to break up with someone every time you get deployed. Um, because there's a possibility of that relationship being a long distance relationship. What I'm saying, what I use that as an analogy because it's the one that I'm most familiar with. Um, um, yeah, man. Let me hit Freezy. Let me hit Freezy. Maybe I can drop it in there. Hold on. Maybe I can drop the link in there. But yeah, man. The reason I'm asking is because I noticed that a lot more people nowadays are engaging in long distance relationships that they met with people online, and I'm like, well, how much of a relationship is that if you guys are always, um, Skyping, you only can meet with each other every once in a while, um, every 2 or 3 months because you could take off work or whatever the case may be. And can you sustain something like that? Is that something that any of you guys would want to do? Let me see. Here we go. Put that in there. All right. But yeah, man, long distance relationships, man. Like I know people become idealistic when you talk about that. Like, well, uh we'll Skype each other all the time or we'll FaceTime each other all the time. So that's like us being together. Could you handle 2 or 3 years of just seeing someone through a telephone screen or a computer screen? Better yet, let me ask this. What if your girl gets locked up? Could you be committed and faithful? Let's say she had 10 years. Sub says, I just think those are really lonely men and women outnumber us like 8 to 1. You kind of find them closer. Okay. Wow. Jose Duke. He said, hell no. So if your woman got locked up for 10 years, you will hold it down? I mean, that's like a long distance relationship. Well, women be holding dudes down for forever. Like I remember I had a telemarketing job doing something very similar to what I did earlier with the MCI calling for long distance. We were selling all kinds of stuff. And there was a chick, I mean, she was bad. I tried to holler. She said she had a man. I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, of course, yeah, she got a man. No problem." Um she ends up uh telling me that her man was in prison And I was like, wait, what? Your man's in prison. Well, how long is he in prison? Oh, he had something wild like 20 years. And I was like, you're gonna say no to a someone that you can touch every day, someone that you can uh spend time with every day for a dude in prison? That's crazy. Peace. um and she was willing to ride with that guy for his 20-year sentence. And y'all dudes telling me your girl got a little measly 10 and you wouldn't ride? Wow. All right, man. I guess that is what it is. Yeah, man. Uh I would try. Me personally, I would try uh just because, men don't usually hold women down in situations like that. Um Especially if you're talking about a girlfriend or an acquaintance, a wife. Um there are dudes that hold their wives down for sure. But girlfriends and things like that, I don't I'm not too certain about that. Um, yeah, man. So I guess that's a no on long distance relationships. Uh, do you feel more pressure to cheat in those situations? Damn, Denny. Why hold on to a woman battling legal issues? Um, I mean, if you love her, I've seen so many women who hold on to dudes in legal situations. Uh, yeah, man. I put the link in the chat, man. I don't know what happened. I'll try to send it. I'll try to send it again. Um, yeah. It depends on the variables in the equation, D. Um, yeah, I don't know what's up. I don't know what's up. Like I'm putting the link in the chat, and it's not coming through. Let me do it like this. I probably won't. I can't do it that way. So yeah. Um, just give me a quick second. Give me a quick second, and I'll put it in. Let me see. And, whoa, yeah. Uh, that's not what I wanted to do. But yeah, guys. Yeah, guys. Just give me a quick second. Yes, 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 yes. So I'm back. D, I hope you got it. I sent it to you. Um, but yeah, man. These long distance relationships, man. They are what they are. Um, okay. Let me hit Freezy. Um, on a side note, yes. Um, the joints that I was playing were some of my own creations. Um, I am a producer, make make beats. Um, I just decided to play a joint in the intermission instead of just having y'all listen to air. Let me I'm gonna throw on another joint real quick. And yeah, while I get Uncle Freezy to let D in. Let me see. Let me.
Chuck, you finished?
No, Unc, I have wanted you to let D in while I was texting you. I just put on a couple joints that I did.
Okay. All right, I'm out of here, bro. I'm going back
All
to
right,
playing D.
All right,
all
thank
right.
you, Breezy. Appreciate it. Okay, Chuck.
Yeah,
Little do people know that we have these type of conversations for how many hours?
man, man. Listen here, listen here, man.
Mm,
Uh,
mm.
here we go.
First of
All
all,
right.
those beats is fire. I thought the first one you played, right? It would be nice if you had like a R&B singer on it, just like vibes and stuff. Vibes and stuff. It could be politics, it's whatever you love with the vibes and stuff. Like, something like that. I'm thinking.
We yeah, man, getting somebody to sing on the joint would be dope, man. That would be dope.
Hmm. Supposedly DSJ and Keith Sweat run around the same circles. I don't know. That's what I heard.
Oh, word. Oh,
No,
I
I'm
didn't.
messing around, but I heard DSJ got a voice though.
Yeah. DSJ can definitely he can definitely sing. Um
Mm,
I I I sent him a couple of R&B joints. Uh
mm.
but hopefully he'll get back to me on some
Yeah,
of
it's
them.
all about getting the engineer in the studio and having people record. And it's
Yeah,
a
man.
process. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So you were talking about long distance relationships.
I was, man. I was talking about how um it's just my personal opinion. I think long distance relationships,
Hmm.
um if you're not already married, uh or you're not in if you're not engaged to be married, I think
Hmm.
it's a waste of time.
Indeed.
It's a waste of time because when you're too far away from someone for a long time, there's too much space for something else or someone else to get
Hmm.
in between.
Hmm.
And as human beings, uh, we crave affection and attention from others.
Mm.
So
Of
you're
course.
gonna want uh, that intimate uh, time, and it doesn't necessarily mean sex, but just being close to one another, being um, in each other's presence. You'll feel that with something else, someone else that you're hanging out with. You know, yeah, they might be cute, but you got a girl, and it's cool at first
Right.
until you guys start sharing. These moments that probably should be moments that you share with your girl, and the next
Mm.
thing you know, you and her rolling around on the floor, and it's like, yo, what did I do? Oh, I fucked up, blah, blah, blah. And you did to a certain extent, but and vice versa. Because what women do is they'll lay their emotional burdens on the feet of a dude, and he'll be
Mm.
that, oh man, it'll be all right. Nah, you cool. Nah, uh,
Mm.
as a man, he should understand this, that, and the third. And next thing you know, she's emotionally vulnerable to a guy
Mm. He hit
that,
the right chords,
right?
and all of a sudden she's like, "Damn, but what should I do?" Yo, that nigga won't know.
He won't, or it don't even be one of those situations. It's just one of them circumstances where something just happens. Like it
Mm.
wasn't even planned. It just happened. And now it's like, what do I do? Because I have this emotional tie to this person,
Hmm.
but I also am feeling something different over here.
Mm.
And then that puts you in a predicament where you could totally alter the course of your life
Mm.
by making a decision of A and B. Like, yo, the long term relationship or this new and exciting thing, because it at the moment speaks to what I'm missing from the
Hmm.
long term relationship. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So
Right.
long distance relationships can be very, very tricky. And from
Yeah.
my experience, they never worked in the military, bro.
Mm.
I'm like,
Oh,
hold
they,
on for a
they they
second.
don't they don't work. Period. They have a very low success rate.
Hold on for a second, bro. You was just saying how you miss your woman back in Austin, Texas, and your wife didn't just magically appear here in the last 12 hours. like, like what's going on? But that's what happens. I'm trying to figure out: are we fooling ourselves?
Mm.
Are we getting into these situations just to say, yo, I'm in a relationship with someone?
Mm.
Because if that's the case, then you need to quit. You need to.
Well, that stuff depends on people, right? Like
Mhm.
you have your side of people that will have their cake and try to eat it.
Right.
You smell me? So they'll have the man or the woman in Austin, Texas. They'll have one in Florida, right?
Mhm.
They have one, and it could be a seasonal thing.
Right.
In the summer I'll go to NY, in the winter I'll go to Florida, in the spring I'll go to Texas. That you have people like that have the try that have the cake and try to eat it, and then you have those that will feel guilty about it, and then it won't last too long. And then you have those that won't even try it at all.
Right.
So I think these type of things, these topics. What's beautiful about them is that they're all subjective, and it depends on the person. Me personally, I need to feel the person. I have to feel the woman. She has
Right.
to be around. I could talk to her on the phone for 15 hours, and I'll learn more in 3 hours in being with her than 15 hours on the phone.
Right. Um, 90, what is it? 90% of communication is nonverbal. So being in her
Shout out to Will Smith.
you can but you get a feel for a person, and that's totally different. Like,
Yeah,
than a phone conversation or FaceTime or Skype or whatever. It's
right.
totally different. Because they don't have to say anything.
Yeah.
You can feel the energy shift in the room when you ask certain questions or you do certain things. So yeah, I you know um
Like I had cousins that they try to, the girl cousins I have that they try to like, have long distance relationships. And it's like, dude, he said he was going to be here. He said he didn't have a woman. Dude, he's halfway across the damn United States, bro. Like they tell you anything, and that's man or woman.
right. Right. So let me ask you this.
Mm.
Has the internet and all that encompass social media, any social media, has it ruined relationships?
Mm. First of all, before I answer that, right, there's 8 watching, and I don't care. We're having a great conversation right now. Before
Right.
you know it, it might be 60,
Right.
and we're still talking how we talking, right?
Right.
But to answer your question, it's pros and cons. The internet has done many things, and the internet has also done many things that work against the fabric of human society. So, pro informational highway,
Hmm.
right? You want to learn about anything from cooking to carpentry, right? Survival stuff out in the wilderness, right? The internet can provide all that for you. But the pro becomes how many people really take advantage of that. How many times we hear questions, "Hey, did you know this?" Dude, you could look that up yourself. Why are you asking me? You see? So, um, as far as relationships though, yeah, I think so. Because there's a thing that came out through all this, and it's called social media. And social media allows you to be the person that you want to be, not the person you are. So if you want to flaunt like you got life like that, you could do it on social media without a doubt. Especially with like what do you call that? What's that program called? Or like Photoshop or you know Adobe Premiere and stuff like that. You could cut stuff and make it look great, especially if you know what you're doing, and make it seem like I spent a week in Hawaii. Where we
Yeah.
are at. Dude was really on his couch, but it could be made. So I think the tricky thing with the internet is that you're taking on a false belief that this is this person's life or this is what they're dictating or what they do, and
Right.
then it's different when you really meet with a person. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And then you see, hey man, what where them cars at, man? What you live in? I thought you live in a high riser, man. This is a You know, this is some government. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
yeah, so I think it's tricky, and you used a great word. It's very tricky, and you have to be very careful. And I think you have to institute the same principles as your parents would institute. Well, some parents instituted with you when you were a kid. Don't talk to strangers. When
Hmm.
you when you meet a person, get to know them, see what they're really about, because there's some people that live this whole life just running game on people. So
That's very, very, very true. Um, and it's unfortunate that you have to watch out for people like that, but it is a reality. And I think a lot of people get away from that reality because they're more infatuated with the fantasy of it all. And it's like, nah, man, these ain't trolls. These are people trying to kill you, man. These are people trying to hurt you. Like,
mhm.
um, there's the internet has become a very strange uh thing from
Yeah.
what it was when it from its initial concept, right?
Hmm.
Um, but I knew social media was going to be a big thing because it back then when it first started, when it was dial up, and you had the modems making the wild noises
Hmm.
as they log onto the internet. They were only message boards at the time,
Right. Right.
and people would leave all kinds of crazy stuff on message boards, and it was like, this is what people really thinking. Man, when technology catches up, when people can actually put visuals to this stuff, this is going to be crazy. And
Right.
sure enough, that happens. Anybody can upload anything, just about. Well, no, you can upload anything on the internet because there's a site that will host whatever you decide to put up. You know,
Yeah.
um, that's why you have things like OnlyFans that are thriving because you can post anything on there. They don't give a damn what you put up over there.
Right.
Um, YouTube to a certain extent, you know, if it's graphic, you know, if it's too racially charged, because some things they'll let go, but if it's too, you know, left field,
Hmm.
uh, you might get banned or whatever. But it still won't stop people from being able to see it before they get banned. And it's like
Right.
there's really no policing the internet.
Hmm.
Um, so with that being said, you don't know who you're really dealing with. It was
That's
hard
right.
enough to meet you face to face somewhere, and then me say, "Yeah, man, Puff Daddy's my cousin."
Yeah.
How could you? How could
And he
you?
went to a Puff Daddy concert. He did a picture like that
Yes,
because he happened to be Puff for that split moment, and you could push that.
you could push it, but you can't do that now. Like so many people, you would post that picture. So many people will tag Puff. Puff, this is your cousin. Man, I don't know that. I don't know that dude. Cap. This dude is clout chasing. Ah.
Nah, man, dudes are trying. That's my second cousin. He probably just don't. He probably he got lost in the family tree.
but but that is true, man. You really meet people for who they are in
Yeah.
situations like this, because everybody is more than what they are when it comes to the
Yeah.
internet.
Yeah.
Yo, man, I am the best, whatever. And I'm like,
Yeah.
nah, you're all right. Or you're good. You're not the best, but all right. Okay. Uh
Right.
the internet ruined relationships because like right now, I watch one video, and this
Mm,
is one thing I have to stop doing on YouTube, watching certain stuff.
mm,
Because then they'll suggest like 50 million people that do that thing. And I'm like, I
mm.
don't want to see. I just happen to click on this one video. There are couples who make livings on YouTube playing pranks on each other.
That's so true.
Over,
TikTok, they got like 1 million views.
yeah, Like, bro, how is it y'all able to do these pranks on one another, and y'all know
Mm.
these pranks are coming? Like, this is how. And everybody has nice apartments.
Mm.
Everybody has all this upward mobility, and it's like, well, why are you spending your days playing pranks on your girlfriend or your boyfriend? And it's always some silly stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, y'all want to pretend that y'all cheating. Uh, some girl was in the car, or some dude was in the car, or someone left their drawers in the house. I'm from a school that don't play games like that.
I understand. But
D, you
that gets
don't.
into
D,
TikTok views.
D, you can't come pick me up in my car that I'm paying for, and it smell like another dude's cologne, and we're gonna sit and have a 20-minute discussion about it, bro.
It's weird.
you,
And people would do anything for that entertainment, would they?
but when is that? But when is that stop?
Oh, it's gonna get worse.
Man, I
You
don't want
saw
no part
they
of
they
this.
they got a million views on their TikTok for stuff like that. People love it. It's entertaining. That stuff is taking over television in certain ways because it's easy access. I don't have to get a TV for it.
And not only that, I don't have to pay a writer. I don't have to pay a show wrangler. I
Right?
don't have to. I don't have to get
Executive producers, nah.
no, no. We don't need a writing team for this. No, and so it's easy. That's why uh Viacom bought into that whole reality TV thing.
Mm,
When they saw once they saw how big the Real World was, and the Real World was in the initial concept, it was a good show, and it was like, oh man, this is pretty good. But then it became about nah. Let's get everybody drunk and let's just see what happens. Let's put cameras everywhere and let's see what happens.
mm,
Um, and then we just saw people ruin their lives, uh,
yeah,
one show at a time. And it was
right.
like, okay, so this is the wave. Let's just keep doing it. Let's just keep rehashing it. Let's put everybody in the house. Okay, we want to have the flavor of love and the flavor of love too, and New York Fine Love and Chance of Love and Ray J's Love and
Love and hip hop.
Love and
The
Hip
Real Housewives of Atlanta, Miami, Texas, South Dakota, wherever the F.
Love and Hip Hop has no love and no hip hop. There's no love and no hip hop in that show. Now, don't get me wrong. If it wasn't for Love and Hip Hop, K Michelle wouldn't have been a household name. She would have been still a chick trying to get somebody to play her records.
Right.
You don't get a Cardi B, because if
Mm,
she wasn't on that show, yeah, I think her, like her other social media was trending, but being on that show stamped her to become the pop star that she is.
right.
Um, but the nonsense that went on these shows, like I couldn't stomach it. Like, you're not watching Love and Hip Hop? No,
No, thank you.
no, I'm good. Like, my soul is full. I don't need that. I don't need that to go to bed at night with that nonsense. Um,
Yep.
and so now Viacom has a whole market for that,
Hmm.
of catering to the lonely and the depraved. 90 Day Fiance, Marriage
Yep.
at First Sight.
I know a lot of women that watch that type of television, and you notice they all have the same attribute about something, and that is they love drama. They love negative energy and attracted that and getting attention from that. I peeped that, and I was like, very interesting. So there's so many people like this in the world that just crave for television like this, and it fulfills them, as you stated before. It doesn't fulfill you, but it fulfills them. Something gives them something to talk about. So when they go with their girlfriends and stuff like that, it's table talk now. Hey, you want to meet up, girl? Did you see Love and Hip Hop yesterday? Man, that trick was bugging because X, Y, and Z and blah blah blah. To be like that.
And what I'm afraid of is that um the generations that are to come are going to feel as if this is how you find love through these avenues, or
Mm,
and I think that's um it was when my dad was a young man. You wanted your son to find him a young woman who was respectable and you know uh pretty much a virgin, right? And in
hmm
my age, it was, hey, well, eh, virgins are getting slim, so you just want a chick with a very low body count, right?
mm.
Now it's I don't give a marriage. Nah, man. I'm cool with having seven kids by five dudes, or I'm cool with having 10 kids by 10 different women.
Right.
Word. like
hmm Yeah, talk about lack of family structure.
like what is it? Word. This is what Okay, so this is where we at. Yeah, man, because uh um if I don't have any money, then I should, what's the word? Um because every song is saying it. Well, most of the songs are saying it now. Well, if you don't have money, then you shouldn't be getting no box. A woman shouldn't talk to you and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, okay, all right. So if I have
Funny, I
money,
was just gonna mention that too, but
so if I have money, if I have a lot of money, then I
hmm
should be able to do whatever I want to you because I have a lot of money.
Yep,
Because if I don't have any money, then I can't do anything. I shouldn't talk to you. I shouldn't even look in your direction.
yep.
Because broke boys don't deserve vagina.
Your
That's what they
love
say.
and affection or whatever. Right.
But love and affection has been I don't want to say deduced, but maybe equated to sex, and that's not.
Mm,
Those two things aren't synonymous. Love and sex aren't synonymous at all.
not at all.
Because I've had plenty of sex with people that I didn't love at all.
Nope. Mm,
I'm like, I would love for you to get dressed a little faster.
yeah. Oh, like I had a great time. I'll see you next week.
Yeah, like word, like so. Um, I know that I don't want to. There's okay. Um, love has been thrown around very loosely, and I know
Mm,
that it has been a part of certain movements. You know, um, you know. So you're against love. You're. How can you tell someone that they can't love someone else
yeah. Or how to love that person.
or how to love that person? And I was like, let's keep it a bean. And it's not about love, because even being a heterosexual man, every woman that I came in contact with, I wasn't in love with her.
Mm,
So to say this is about love is ridiculous. It's not about love. It's about sex. Because
no.
that's what they do. No one's against love at all. No one's even against sex. It's just, what are you talking about? Like, don't blur the lines and have people thinking that one thing has something to do with the other, and it doesn't.
Right.
It just doesn't. That's all I'm trying to say. That sex and love are not uh exclusive together.
hmm
They could
I
be,
agree. hmm
but they're not. And so a lot of people equate, well, in order for me to show you how much I love you, then I have to sleep with you.
Mm,
I don't love you.
Right.
I saw you and I saw you and immediately became lustful. Like those have to be the best looking set of boobs I've ever seen in my life. That ass
Hmm.
is causing my heart to skip beats. I am in love with that. I need to see that. I need to feel that. I need to know what that's all about. That ain't love. that's that's a dude that's horny. And we got too many horny people making these life decisions that ruin their lives, and then they be on someone's show or in the midst of people saying how, you know, men ain't men ain't nothing, women ain't nothing. And it's like, no, the
Mm.
people you engage in aren't anything. And
Right.
you put yourself in these situations because you couldn't look past uh the surface because you was horny.
Mm.
When you're horny, you don't think rational. You don't have
Mm-mm.
enough blood going to your brain. You
Mm-mm.
don't think
You got a
rational.
goal in mind,
Right.
and you'll run a 100-yard dash. You'll climb a mountain, right? You'll sail the seas
Yes.
for that goal.
Let me say this. Being horny had me going into a barn that no one goes in ever for nothing because there ain't no telling what's going to be in there. To find some bicycle tires that weren't rotten, that weren't bent, that I could put on a bicycle that I could ride to a girl's house just
Mm.
so we can have sex. Mama them gonna be gone all day. Oh, word. Hey yo, man, drop me off at Shorty house. Nah, man, I can't do it. Well, let me borrow your car. Nah, man, I'm gonna need my car. All right. Hey man, can you take me? Nah, I'm busy. Man, let me get this bike. D. D.
How many miles, bro?
27. 27.
I mean,
27.
you got a hell of a workout, to get yourself ready. You know what I'm saying?
And I was singing in my I'm gonna get some see, I'll get some see, I get some yep. Sweating. Sweating. Pour down and sweat. You rode your bicycle all the way here? Yes. Yes, I did. I'm gonna need some Kool-Aid and a quick breather, and I'll be with you. But yes, I rode my bicycle here. And I'm gonna have to ride it back. Yes, that's what
Mm.
I did. So when you're horny, you don't be thinking, dude, I'm on a major highway, 301, riding a bicycle to go see a girl. So much so, uh, this is in time in the morning where there's 18 wheelers
Right.
going to different places doing their deliveries and drops, and I'm in the middle section riding not a BMX. I'm riding a 12 speed with the curled handles. I'm literally riding a girl's bike because he got the slant. They got the slant bar in the middle, in the front. So I'm riding that, hoping that the tires stay inflated the whole time. Because these tires are in bad shape, right?
Mm.
Um, and I went in the barn. Man, I don't care. It's probably going to be some races or some coach whips or some kind of snakes in here. But guess what? There's an opportunity for me to get some, and I'm not going to pass that up because I'm scared to get some bicycle tires out of a barn so I can put on this bicycle and ride up this road, this highway. So anyway, uh, enough of that, man. Uh,
You brought up something earlier I wanted to touch on,
go
catfishing.
ahead.
and and you mentioned about how the internet could be deceiving. We had that talk, but just the story to solidify this. So this is even in AOL days,
Okay.
with the dial up and the noise. This is even them. One of the thing, 18 years old. What is this? Oh wow, I could talk to chicks on this. Get out of here. Went to mom, went to bed. Right. It's like 2, 3. Okay, I'm a little high, and I just came back. All right, cool. She's sweet. Bam, right? Yo, mom, boom, the whole nine, right? Chick told me she was a $120. She was thick in all the right places. She had beautiful curly hair. Meet me here. I said, damn right, I'm gonna meet you. Bam. So you ever you've been to Jersey, right? Like around Hudson County and stuff like that. You've been there now. You've been there now, Chuck.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So you know Journal Square, right? So me and the chick in Journal Square. She tells me what she's gonna have on. Bam. I forgot what it was. It was like a blue, whatever. Go ahead. Look at the thing. Identify what she has on. Look at the person. This chick was like 190, 200. Fat coming out of everywhere. And I said, what in the living F is this? Go to check. Yo, man, you Gloria, whatever her name is. You Gloria? Yeah. Oh hell no. Right, so in Journal Square, right downstairs, they got the train
Right.
there. So I made believe that I was gonna take her out. So oh yeah, let's hit the train up, right? Train came, doors open. I said, this is my stop. You have a great day. Don't you ever hit me up again. So this was what, 2000? Right? It is 2000.
Yeah, man.
Imagine now with the Twitter, with your Instagram, with your whatever they have now,
Yes.
Clubhouse, whatever.
The they have filters now. If all of your pictures have filters, even the live stuff that you do have a filter on it, I'm never meeting you. I'm never kicking it with you because I know you don't look like that. I know you don't look like that. And you know you don't look like that. But you have this um trying
Or
to
maybe
catch,
you did, but 5 years ago.
and which is fine. Is
Mm.
which is fine. My one of my favorite uh one of my favorite MCs is Devin the Dude. I know a
All
lot
right.
of people I know a lot of people think he's, satire or whatever. But he has
That's
a
from
song.
Deltron, right? 3000. That's all them guys.
Yeah.
Delta Funky Homo Sapien.
Yes. All of those guys.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right, all right.
Yes.
Got you.
So he has a song called She Used to Be So Fine to Me.
Mm.
And the whole story is he gets with a girl that when he was in high school he wanted to talk to because she was so bad. But now
Mm.
she not bad like that no more.
Mm.
And so throughout the course of the song, he ends up smashing, but he's smashing looking at her picture, how she used to look. And that be the listen, man, we're not I'm nowhere near what I used to be, what I was in high
Mm.
school.
Mm.
And truth be told, I mean, outside of the physical stuff, like I definitely don't want to be the guy that I was in high school. I was a little jerkish.
Yeah,
No,
I
it
hear
was
you.
a little jerkish.
I was a complete maniac in high school.
So yeah, man, and we've grown and we evolved, and we become the people that you see today right here, and it's a drastic difference, you know, almost like night and day. And so
Yeah.
I listen, things happen. Like
Mm.
Freezy brought up a point because someone from the job brought up, how is it that a woman can have all these babies, raise a house, and all this stuff, and then the man still expect them to look like they did in high school. But a
Mm.
guy can lose his job, and in 6 months he has a beer gut.
Yep.
I said, well, um, you can't. First of all, you can't even equate those two things. Men are judged by what they bring to the table.
Yep.
So if what you were bringing to the table no longer exists, you feel non-existent as a man. Because first thing
Right.
you ain't got no job, you ain't got no money,
Society programs you that way.
right?
That's right.
So a guy losing his job is big pressure on him because men are supposed to provide, protect and
Right.
provide, right?
Right.
So if I can't provide, and that's what my main job was, I'm messed up in the
I'm
head,
worthless.
right? Women are designed to have children and raise families and things like that,
Mm.
right? So you going through your natural process doesn't take anything away. Yeah, in your mind, you might, oh, I don't look as good as I did when I was a teenager or when I was 21 or when I was 25. Nobody does.
Mhm.
Nobody does. Angela Bassett still looks amazing, and she's in her
Well,
mid.
Hollywood's a very good place to be. They'll take care of you if you take care of them.
Right. But but bro, she don't look like she did when she was 25.
But she don't look no damn 60 either.
No, she don't. She don't. She don't. She don't. She don't. But but my point is, like, yeah, she still looks good. You could tell, like, she's not, you don't look at her and go, oh damn, what is she, like, 25, 26? No,
Right.
no. 40, 50, yes. You wouldn't think 60 something years old, because I know 60-year-old. My mom is 60, is 65 years old, and she don't look like that. My mom looks
Right.
65, right?
Right.
So I'm just saying, like, those things happen.
Right.
And any man that is still holding you to a a standard, I guarantee you he's not holding that standard. I guarantee you he don't look like how he did at 18 or
Right.
19. He don't have a six pack no more. He don't even have a 4 pack. Hell, he don't even have, like, he
You
has
got
two
two pack.
kegs. He has
It's
two
just a
kegs.
big blah.
Just a big blub. Like, um, what we see on TV is not reality. That's why it's
That's right.
called TV. Tell lies to my vision.
That's right.
Tell lie vision.
And they
Right?
have programs.
Right.
Yeah.
To make you think a certain way, to make you feel a certain way. Like, uh I watched the Budweiser commercial and I didn't realize until the end it was a Budweiser commercial. I was
Mm.
like, wait a minute, the horse gets away. You can't find the horse. And then all of a sudden the horse shows up in the parade and recognizes the guy that raised him and then walks over to him. And then Budweiser, the American beer. I was like, wait a minute.
It's got nothing to do with nothing.
This ain't got nothing to do with nothing. But they're playing all this dramatic music and stuff,
Yeah.
and it's drumming up emotions in you. Like, maybe you remember a time where you got separated from someone or whatever,
Right.
whatever. Start bringing up these emotions, and then now, boom, hit you with the beer. Like, what the? What
Yeah.
is this? So it's
Yeah.
programmed.
Oh yeah. And then if you feel that way, you might subconsciously be like, yo, let me go get a Budweiser.
Yeah, especially when you start feeling that way. Like, oh man, I'm reminiscing. Let me get some Bud Lights, man. Let me get some Budweisers to go with these memories. Like,
Mm.
so yes, you can't trust what you see, you know,
Of course.
and you should never. This saying bugs me the most. Uh, because I can do it, you can do it.
Yeah, no.
No, it doesn't work that way. If Adrian Peterson runs a 4.3 in the 40, I should be able to do it too. And I've
Yeah.
never ran a inch in my life, but because he does that, I should be able to do it. No, man, you're an individual.
Right.
What works for one person may not and probably won't work for you. And to be looking at people thinking, oh, well, they spent the week in Dubai. I should be spending the week in Dubai because that's what makes them happy, and I want to be happy too.
Right. Yeah, they call that copy and paste.
Bro, man, listen. Man, folks, listen, whoever's listening right now, man, be happy with who you are.
That's right.
Because no matter how much copy and paste they try to do, they can never copy and paste you. There's only one you.
Yep.
You only get one life. There's no redo. There's no start over. It is what it is. Unless you're one of those people that believe in reincarnation and coming back in as a fly or some weird shit like that. Whatever.
Hey, I believe in reincarnation. This is not how they term it. Like, I'm not going to come back as Lucky the dog.
No.
You know, and I got to find my way through trash cans and stuff like that too. I get a homeowner or something like that. Nah, I don't think that.
Nah. I listen.
Well, you said something, and I want to hit on it real quick because it was a great point. You said what you see is not necessarily real, right? So let's quote Morpheus from the Matrix. He goes when Neo was denying, and he was like, "Nah, man, this isn't real. This isn't real," right? He was like, "What is real?" Right? And then he goes, "Well, if real is something that you see, touch, smell, then real just is an interpretation of your brain." I went, "Oh." I was a young one. I was like, "Ooh, I didn't think about it that way." When the movie came out in 2000, I didn't think about it that way.
Right.
And it still holds true today. That's all it is. Your reality is based on what you're seeing, touching, feeling, perceiving, understanding, and then you work that out or you share that, whatever it is, and then you keep it working. So real could be anything. People see magic tricks like David Blaine. They're like, "That's not real." But David Blaine just made it real.
Right.
So you explain how it's not real, but it is real. How'd that work? So just love yourself. Live your life. You're real. That's all that matters. You're real. And you do what you're supposed to do, not what society tells you. You lead your own life, not what your boss tells you. And the world will be a lot better place.
It would be. But with the vision comes profit. So this issue, we will always be divided as a people because there are those that's going to champion the way things are going. That they're going to yeah, man. That's yeah, man. For we may have to have a separate channel for that to jump down that rabbit hole. Vibes and stuff. We keep it light and fluffy over here.
Okay, my bad. I know. Me and Alice always going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah,
my
man.
fault.
We keep it light. We're Peter Cottontail here at Vibes and stuff.
Yeah.
When you want to get into the Adventures of Wonderland, that's a different channel. That's a different I might have my hat off for that one. Have the fro out and twist up, and we really get into some deep sciences. But
absolutely.
But here we keep it light and we keep it.
I got you. everyday practical stuff. I'm with it.
Yeah, man. So I know you heard our hip hop conversation,
No,
and
don't forget. I tell you in the mornings I'm busy. That's why I came on now because
okay.
right. So hey, go ahead, put me in.
So we were talking about well, I made a comment that Big Daddy Kane, if he would have dropped 10 years later, instead of putting out that album that he put out in like 95-ish or 4-ish. I can't remember exactly the year he put out the album, but I was like, yo, if he would have dropped in the 2000s,
Mm,
he would have been fine, because at that time they were trying to do away with the fast rap because everybody couldn't do
mm,
it.
right,
And then it
like
was a lot
Twister.
of people, right. It was Twister and
Bone Thugs and
Kane,
Harmony.
Bone Thugs and Harmony, um, Jay-Z in the very beginning.
Mm.
Uh,
How about
when
Naughty by
you
Nature? Would you put Naughty by Nature there?
they did have some of that. But
Okay,
then when you look at when they had some of that, that was around the time of the Fu-Schnickens, the Daz Effects, and
right.
guys that were really prominent in that, right?
Yeah.
And so um Kane Kane's double time flow would have hit in the early 2000s, because that's when the South started taking control of hip hop. Like New York had a New York was New York was banking on two factions, right?
Mm,
It was G Unit and
mm,
Dipset,
right.
but the bulk of their sound didn't sound like New York. Like 50 had a heavy West Coast influence,
Hmm.
right?
But it was time with Aftermath,
Right.
so it would make sense. Mm,
And then you have Dipset that had uh the New York version of what was going on down south. Like the Heat Makers were making like their production was like the up north version of what was going on down there.
mm,
Um, like both of those factions were movements in the city.
mm,
I watched whole hood literally the summer before everyone was a Crip. And I was like,
mm,
okay, this is weird. I don't know how everybody all of a sudden are Crips over here
mm.
when they not nobody from over here ever been to California, but okay. But then I come back the next year, the whole block is red. Everybody bloods.
Mm,
Everybody that was Crips the year before are now bloods. And I was like,
mm,
how they do that?
mm,
Like how they do that? Because Dipset.
mm.
Cam changed the game. Uh well, not even change the game, because people were wearing pink before him, but they were
Right.
usually pimps or little boys during Easter. Their mom might put them on a pink suit or something like that. But for the majority, pink wasn't really a color rock like that.
Mm,
Cam made the pink hot. 50 got people wearing uh sports apparel,
mm.
like those titty tops he used to wear. I'm sorry, that's probably not the right word, but
It's a good one. I like it.
those sports bras. Uh, uh, um, uh, New York was banking on those sounds. Everything that came out of New York that was hot didn't
Mm,
sound like New York. Even ASAP Mob, they had the
right.
Houston thing going and
Yeah.
sounded like Houston. So if Kane would have waited till in that around that 2002, 3, 4, 5, and then dropped in there, like he would have seeing a lot more success because rappers only usually get like a 5-year run,
Right. If that.
if that. Um, some people uh are saying, "Oh, such and such got a 20-year career," and it was like, nah, they really a career. It had like 5.
Mm.
Um, as a mainstream act, maybe 5. Uh, but then you have those anomalies that transcends generations. Like
Mm.
the first person that I can recall is LL Cool J.
Mm.
LL Cool J had a hit in every decade.
Yep. Couple of
A
them.
couple of them,
For
right?
that. Mm.
Then you could say Dr. Dre,
Mm.
going from the world class wrecking crew to NWA to Death Row to Aftermath. But then he took like a 30-year hiatus where you
Mm.
didn't hear any music from him directly. You know,
Mm.
uh, not after the Chronic 2001.
Mm.
Almost 20 years later, you get uh, what was it? Was it not relapse? The Detox.
Mm. Wasn't the Chronic.
Uh, Yo, the Chronic is just one of those albums, bro. Like
Mm.
you can't, you can't recreate that, bro. Like it's our first time hearing it,
Mm.
right? So you can't go back and give us that feeling of our first time hearing a certain thing. Like
Mm.
as much as the RZA has fallen off,
Mm.
and he has fallen off people because he has a song with Flatbush Zombies, and it is true. Ugh. It's hot garbage. So
Shout out to
with his
Flatbush
verse,
Zombie.
the
Had good stuff
Flatbush
to the
Zombies
original.
is a dope group. They're a dope
Mm.
group.
Mm.
Song with the RZA.
Mm.
These are young men who respect their elders, but I would have looked him dead in his face, man. If you don't get that whackness off our beat, like get out of here.
Mm.
Um,
So
uh,
I got something for you.
yeah.
Here. Okay. Where would you put this person in your top 10? And now we can get into production stuff like that. We've had conversations like this. Let's get into rappers because one thing I know, and I tell my daughter this all the time, and I told her this when she was young. You could like the beat, right? And the beat is catchy, right? And the hook caught your attention, right? And you like the track, but you got to hear what people are saying. You see, because without that, I feel for me personally, it all doesn't come together, right? So, where would you put Jada Kiss in your top 10? Forget the locks, just Jada. Where would you put Jada in your top 10? Or does he make it?
My my top 10 changes. Um, outside of the top 3,
Why you got on top three?
I don't have. You know why Jada's not top 10.
Okay.
Jada's had solid. Uh, he's had solid solo projects,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
but ain't none of them were classics. And you all could probably throw out some. Nah, it's not a classic. It's
How about
dope.
top five dead or alive?
It's dope album. Not a classic.
I agree.
Not a classic. Like because let's does Jada Kiss have a purple tape?
Okay, you're going there. Okay.
Does Jadakiss come on, man? Like, does Jadakiss have a Muddy Waters?
No.
Does
Does it
Jada
have a does it have a ATL aliens?
no,
No, he don't.
no, he doesn't. So, and he's a lyrical monster.
Mm,
But when it comes to his projects, yeah, he'll have some really good singles.
mm,
For the most part. Uh, but the complete body,
mm,
like him and Fab doing a project together made sense to me
mm.
because I was like, neither one of y'all got classic albums,
Right.
and y'all are considered top tier MCs, like
Mm-hmm.
legends in the game, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I don't have a reasonable doubt. Y'all don't have an Illmatic. Y'all don't have like
I'm
that
ready
that
to dive. Got it.
right. Y'all don't have one of those. But y'all have consistent, decent.
Okay. So then, what's the criteria that makes an album classic? What are the points or criteria it has to hit?
Um 80% of the album has to be uh non-skippable.
Mm,
80% of the album.
okay.
So that means if you have 10 records, 8 of them you got to slap. They don't have to be hits. Like every every song don't have to be a hit. Like, do you have a street record, a street anthem?
Mm,
Okay. What are your storytelling abilities like?
mm,
Right?
mm.
What
What's your
what
rhyme schemes?
right?
How many double entendres did you put?
What is your introspection game like?
Mm, mm,
Where's that record that gives us a piece of you that
mm,
makes us rock with you? Like we know you better.
mm.
Because everybody giving Jay-Z credit for 444. And I'm like, well, 444 just sounds like a mixture of Good Kid, Mad City, and Illmatic.
Mm, mm, mm.
But I'm a hater, so and I was like, and that's the reason why he never connected with people in the beginning, because unlike Big had records like Suicidal Thoughts.
Right.
Big had songs about his daughter. Big had songs about like that made us yo, you're a superstar,
Connected.
but you're a real
Hmm.
person, and I can connect
Yeah.
with you, right?
Hmm.
Um, also, um, timing.
That's a good answer on that criteria, by the way. Great job.
Yeah, man, timing. Because we
Time is
talked
important.
about we talked about timing of albums. Me and Freezy, because we were going
Mm,
off about the Lauryn Hill being overrated.
mm. So Freezy thought she was overrated,
Yes,
and you disagreed.
I totally disagree.
Yeah, that's you and me both. But
I totally disagree. But I do know that one, I know that Lauren had help with that album, right?
okay.
But everyone always knew that she had help with that album. Like that album, The Miseducation. Not only is Lauren Hill overrated in his opinion, but The Miseducation of Lauren Hill is um not a rap album, and I agree with him.
And
There, there,
okay,
there-
in certain
there's
ways, but okay.
there's like maybe like 5 rap records, and the rest are R&B joints. But
Right.
they're R&B with a hip hop twist to all of them, right?
Right.
The songs are so incredible. I said, bro, do you know how difficult it is to make one CD, one album where there's no skips, let alone to put out a double album where you can let both CDs rock from top to bottom, and you know the joints. Like, yo, man, uh, you don't if you don't have a Lauryn Hill, then you don't get 20 years later a Drake. You just don't, because he took her same formula. Most of his albums are R&B albums with a little bit of rap sprinkled in here and there.
Right. Good point.
Um,
And also, I would have challenged Freezy too. That forget about the album because he said Lauren Hill is overrated.
yeah.
I would have introduced him. I would have strapped him to the chair, and I would have forced him to watch the MTV encore she had,
Oh,
where she just rocked the guitar for a whole hour, just song after song. I'm like, listen, dude, artists do that. Real
right,
artists, not some studio kids. Mm-mm.
right.
Mm-mm.
Um, and first of all, she's an amazing talent, and I was like, yeah, man, you're bugging. Um, do I think I'm not with everyone that puts her as the best female rapper, only because I know female rappers that rap better than her.
Mm.
Forget forget the Kims and the Foxies. I'm not talking to
No,
them.
we didn't talk about that.
I'm not talking to them.
Mm.
Jean Grey
Ooh, G
raps,
Gray been around for a while too, man.
and she raps better than her and a lot of dudes. She's been on
Mm.
tracks with Most, Talib, and Pharaoh, and she has given them the business.
Of
Do you
course.
understand me? The business. So
Mm-hmm.
she's up there for me. Early Queen Latifah.
Okay.
Nobody
There's
rap
a
like
girl that's with Griselda. I can't think of her name off the top. I was trying to look for it right now. She is
oh
nasty. You know who I'm talking about. Shay
um
Noir or something like
Shay
that.
Noir.
Yeah, Shay Noir. She nasty.
She can rap like when it comes to female, I was like, nah, man, because like I saw Lady Luck battle Remy
Mm,
Ma over a pool table, and
mm,
and the stuff that those girls were saying, that's 20 something years ago. Lady Luck has been nice since she was 15, and she murdered the Symphony 2001. Like, she
mm,
killed it with a
mm.
bunch of legendary dudes, EPMD,
Right,
Redman,
man.
Keith Murray, destroyed it. There's a yo, back then, if you were the last verse, you were the closer, and it was for a reason, because
Right,
you were gonna have the best verse. She bodied that. She bodied it. She don't have Lawrence accolades, but we're talking about rapping.
right.
I put my money on her. I put my
Mm,
money on Rim. I put my
yeah,
money on 70% of the female battle rap scene. 70%, because a lot of them be choking and they be kind of whack.
right.
But
Who's that chick that's with Night Wonder? I
oh,
always forget her name too.
first
Rhapsody. There you go.
Rhapsody
Rhapsody's nice as well.
outbarred K Dot, and he put her on the album, and she
His only feature on that album, by the way.
only featured and got him. Only featured
Hmm.
and got him. So
Hmm.
it's um when it comes to rapping, there are women that I would pick just off of rapping, right?
Mm,
But when it comes to overall artistry
mm,
and to be able to blend the two worlds as she did,
right.
there's no one better,
Yeah.
because there was no one doing it. And at the time, music was in this weird place
Mm,
because you had the big pop acts like your NSYNCs, your 98 Degrees, your Britney
oh no!
Spears,
Don't remind me.
Right? You had at the time shows that were huge, like Jackass and Rob Dyrdek's whatever he was doing at the time,
Experimenting. Right.
right?
Right.
So it was like, and then wrestling was biting off of that because it was the attitude era of wrestling.
Mm,
where you had, Degeneration X and the emergence of Stone Cold and The Rock. She was so different. Sonically, she wasn't doing the I want to sex you up love ballads that every R&B group that was doing in the late 90s into the 2000s. She wasn't doing that. And she rapped with substance, which hadn't been seen since the early 90s. When you had the MC Lights, the Moni Loves, the Yo-Yos, and
the Lady of Rage.
Lady of Rage, like rapping with substance, right? You haven't seen that since then. So she's a perfect blend of that. When you got all of this nonsense, you got women, and you say I'm dangerous. And then I'm like, what? You're dangerous. Okay. And then you have this sound that just cuts through. That doo-wop thing and all that just cut through. Yeah.
We rocking with 7, baby. We don't care.
Yeah, man. Hey, do y'all thing. I just came to check on y'all. I'm still overdoing the joint. So,
man, God bless you. You have the patience of a sage.
Hey, man. Yeah, I'm about to go drink some whiskey in a minute. All right, y'all. I'll be back.
All right. But yeah, man. So she was, so her timing was perfect. So where there was no one else in that lane, right? And then she was able to, she had, like me and Uncle Freezie agreed that she was just hood enough, not too hood, not ratchet. She had enough street cred. She sang good enough. She ain't in Whitney's, Mariah's category, but she sings good enough, and then she raps just as good as she sings. And that just created a perfect storm of, breath of fresh air. Who is this woman? She's more than a Roberta Flack cover. Like, she is the real deal. But there's no way she could be overrated. Why take her 20 years? She ain't even drop another. I said, bro, when you drop something like that, if I played Zion right now, if I played what's the other joint? Nothing Even Matters. Okay. If I play, like, everybody knows those songs. Like, those songs are forever edged. Yo, DSJ is crazy. Lauryn Hill was the breath of fresh air that became toxic. I think the pressure, man, the pressure of recreating an album like that, because when you're dealing with a label, no, we don't want no newness. We want you to create the last one.
Yeah, can't do that. She also went on record and said that, she was having a lot of issues with, like, the whole, like, construct of the stardom, and that, like, she was having an issue with catering to white people and stuff of that nature, and that was a big part of her, and she felt like she was a slave under the label and stuff like that. So that played a part of it as well. I remember her going off on that a couple of times.
and that's when they label you crazy, when you don't want to do what they want you to do.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah, like that girl. Who's that girl? That you ever seen the Grindhouse film? That double feature that had Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez. Remember the girl that had the machine gun leg?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What's her name?
Her.
Okay.
Good question. That chick though, right? She went out, and this is way before Epstein and all that, right? She was out in the media years before talking about what these dudes were doing, and they blackballed her. and she became like some drug addict. She was going bald, and they labeled her crazy and lunatic. So when you go against this heavy $1 trillion a year giant of national entertainment, you're gonna meet into that type of resistance. Rose McGowan.
Rose
Thank you.
McGowan.
Jay. Yep.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing about Lauryn Hill too. Okay, she hasn't done stuff in years, right? She had a feature on the Nas album, King's Disease, and why her verse was better than the two Nas verses on that track. Freezy.
It's sometimes everybody's. Let me tell you something, man. Everybody's not Stevie Wonder.
Nope.
Everybody's not Stevie Wonder.
Right.
And when I say Stevie Wonder, what I mean by that is Stevie Wonder is a genius.
Mhm.
Let me in 1972 he drops two albums, right?
Mm.
One is called Music of My Mind, and the other one is Talking Book.
Mm.
1973, the next year he drops Inner Visions,
Mhm.
right?
Let's go through his chapters. Mm-hmm.
Then
Got excellent memory, by the way,
then
sir.
he drops, I think in 76, Songs in the Key of Life.
Mm.
And like that list, like if there's an album or something that I'm missing in between that.
Okay.
And anybody that knows, you can definitely correct me and get me up on it. But bro, go look at the track listings
I got you.
from
We can go through it right now, right? The power of the internet, right? It's so beautiful. I mean, this man was dropping albums since '62.
since he was 12 years old.
His first album was called "The Jazz Soul of Little Stevie." Interested to hear that, by the way. Uh, so during the '70s, because that's what you're talking about. Well, yeah,
Yep.
high '60s, '70s, right? So he had Once in My Life for '68. He had My Share More '69. He had Stevie Wonder Live 1970. Live at the Talk of Town 1970. Signed, Sealed, and Delivered in 1970. Where I'm Coming From in '71. Music of My Mind in '72. Talking Book in '72. Inner Visions in '73. Fulfilling this first finale '74. Songs in the Key of Life '76. Stuff of that nature. And the list goes on. This man's amazing.
Um, Stevie was an unnatural talent, man. Like to be able to play all the instruments and do all the singing and arranging, and you're doing this as a young man. Um,
Mm.
People like that don't come around that
No,
often. You know what I'm
no.
saying? But then Stevie had his uh moment when things weren't hitting for him either.
Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying? So
Mm.
it's been probably about 40 or 50 years since Stevie Wonder put out an album, and we ain't saying to him, how come you didn't give us another Talking Book or Inner Visions or Songs in the Key of Life? How come you didn't give us another one of those? You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? Lauren Hill, everybody doesn't want fame because you want
Right.
make music, right? I just want to be able to make music, put it out, you consume it, and then life
Right.
goes on.
And everybody shuts the F up.
Right.
Why I do this.
But
Right.
now I'm some celebrity that I don't want to be. Well, if you didn't want to be a celebrity, then you shouldn't put out music. Well, no, there were people that put out music before
Mm.
that didn't get this kind of. I have to have access to your whole life.
Mm.
Who you talking to? How long you was
Mhm.
talking to them? What y'all talked
Mhm.
about? What they
Right.
say? What you wearing? Where you got it from? How much you paid for it?
Mm.
What that meeting was about? Was it Illuminati? Did they ask you to take it up the butt? Like, what's going on? We want to know. Did you have to sacrifice a goat? Are you wearing chicken feet around your neck? Like, are you throwing salt over your shoulder? Like, what are you doing? We gotta know. And it's like,
Mm.
man, believe none of what you see
Mm.
and all of what you hear.
Mm.
Believe none of it. None of it. Because people like it's all a show. It's all a show. It's all entertainment.
Yep.
But we don't see it. We don't see it that way. I
Right.
changed my. Did you ride the goat? Yo, DSJ's a clown, man.
What did you do to get your musical fame, Chuck?
Nothing. I don't have it. I'm not like. I'm not. There are no circumstances where certain things, like just certain things, are off table.
Right. And with DSJ, see, that's worse than the GOAT. Did you sleep with a Kardashian? Man, I'd rather work the thing with the GOAT than
but
go in
see,
bed with one of them chicks.
that's exactly what it is. That's the sacrifice. You gonna go to bed with one of them? Like, come on, yo, bro. Oh man. Okay, maybe this conversation isn't going to be good for vibes and stuff, but we'll see. We'll take it step by step. My brother, I watched Kanye on Drink Champs say how his wife became the standard of beauty, for black women, blah blah. And I'm like, but your wife not black though. She Armenian,
Mm.
and your wife don't look like that. Your wife had surgery because MTV has an episode of My Sweet 16 with Kim Kardashian. And if you look at her then and look at her now, they don't look anything remotely the same. Now, all of them get surgery. Chloe's had more surgery than probably all of them. And they're the standards of beauty. How? Well, if they're the standards, we need to blow this standard up because no one is going to be able to live up to that standard because most women in society don't have access to the money to get the kind of surgery that these women have. They're not the Kardashians. They're not going to Brazil. They're not going to Dominican Republic. They're not going. They're not going to Belize or some of these islands and getting their butt done for $2,500 and getting their breasts done for $5,000. They're paying hundreds of thousands and millions to look the way they do.
Yep.
So they cannot be the standard of beauty.
Right.
Because they're fake.
Well, you know that Kanye's on both sides of the wheel. You know that, where he understands the spirit of this world, but he's also plugged in the matrix as well. So you're going to get that conflict from him constantly because he's just in a very strange territory that very few of us are in. So,
well, I'm not a fence rider. And if anybody's ever sat on top of a fence, it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Even if it's for a split second hopping over the fence, it's uncomfortable. I can't do that. And once you know better, you're charged with doing better. Because anything that you do now without knowledge is stupid. With knowledge is stupid.
Right.
Before you could blame it on ignorance. I was lost. I didn't know.
No, but he knows better. And so if you're going down that route, he's got an F- on the test of life.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Why is nobody taking me seriously? Because you've been doing clown stuff for a very long time, man. We watched you jump from it, but I did see some of his documentary, and as a music maker, as a producer, nah, man, this dude is absolutely top tier, man. His brain,
he's an animal.
Different level.
Yep.
A different level. And I was like, damn, he's using an ASR 10. Like I would never use that. You have to be a great producer to use that because of the amount of sample time you have. Now you have to be creative in
Yeah.
how much and what you take, right?
Mhm.
Um
Did he make his first beat tape off that ASR?
yeah,
If I'm not mistaken,
yeah,
the one he was shopping for the demo.
yeah.
Hmm.
And my brother, those first of all, those are temperamental pieces of equipment. Okay. When they mess up, they mess up. When they don't load, they are not going to load. You're gonna have to take that bad boy in. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? And those parts are obsolete at the moment. So it's a very just like the MPC 3000. I was looking at one and I was like, yo, I would never pay $6,000 for this.
Hell no.
Six
Could have gotten
thousand,
some Fruity Loops
six
for that.
thousand. I can buy two new ones. I can buy two new ones with two brand new turntables and a mixer for
Mm,
$6,000. I was like, nah, man, nah,
mm.
man. But um, I think sometimes when you're too much of something, other things in your life lack.
That's
Like
very true.
people that are really really smart usually don't have good people skills.
Yeah, their social skills are terrible. So
Their
true.
social skills are horrible. Like
Mm.
who raised you? Um, and on the opposite end of the spectrum, because you know, I'm not that smart,
Mhm.
but I'm the most charismatic in the room.
Right.
Everybody rocks with Chuck. Chuck is very charismatic. Chuck can connect with everybody, but I'm not the brain in the room. You know, um, guys that are usually uh what's the word? Um, the guys that really put in work
Mhm.
are so far from those kind of people, like on their day to day. You be like, wait, how are you a stone cold killer, but you out here laughing with the kids and having fun with the kids
Mm.
and buying everybody, all the kids in the neighborhood, ice cream or ices from the store,
Yeah.
but without hesitation, could put a gun in somebody's head and bah, and go to sleep. Like
Right.
it's all good.
Mhm.
And you like, dang, like he lacks empathy. You don't
Empathy.
have none.
Right.
None. But be the most loving and protective person in the hood. Like, nah,
Right.
son, you're not messing with Johnny. Oh man, Johnny retarded. Yeah, that's why you're not messing with him, because he is. And it's like, damn, okay. I ain't don't kill me, you know.
Right.
But
Right.
yeah, man.
You hit some great points. I want to go back.
Go ahead.
So the album thing with Lauren, that happened to Kendrick Lamar as well. To Pimp a Butterfly was probably one of the best albums of that decade
Yes,
by far,
yes.
and people reduplicated, and he came out with Damn,
Hmm.
right? And Damn was just like his whole diary being expressed,
Yes.
and it was out of frustration, and that's why he left, and that's why he took a hiatus because look, man, people. Let me put it like this: a machine is designed after a person, right?
Hmm.
But that doesn't mean that the person's a machine, and you have to, especially with creativity, and this happens with painters. This
Hmm.
happens with dudes that take their carpentry to a great architects, the whole nine. It just don't work because you want it, and because I'm signed to a label and I got to come out with 3 albums in 8 years. because I still owe from the advance and yada, and that's why music hasn't been like that. And it's the same thing with basketball, where you haven't had these guys like a Magic, like a Bird, that pedigree of that quality. You haven't seen it
Right.
because there's a different demand. You see, now you're supposed to do that every night. Well, you're supposed to make that album when you make that album. And it's like, but I'm not feeling it. And it's like, well, listen, hey, bud, you got a deadline. And it's like, now you're forced. And it's not the same. And I think that's what happens to these guys, seriously, and women.
That's why we ended up getting I Am and Nostradamus.
Yo, I Am wasn't bad, but
I Am
but
wasn't. They should have been one, if they were one album. D. He would have had 3 in a row. Because again, what people like to rewrite history, because of the takeover, y'all have been disrespecting Nas's early works.
Yeah,
it was written, was being argued as better than Illmatic at the time, in real time. They was like, oh no, this is way. If I rule the world, you can hate me now. Like, yo, this is better than the first project. And I said, no, it's good. It's a great follow up. Great follow up.
Right.
Nostradamus and I Am, if they would have taken a couple of songs off of Nostradamus and put them on I Am would have been another classic album by Nas. But Nostradamus as a body of work.
Wait, hold on. You said something that we might have a disagreement with.
Okay.
So, but I'm going to backtrack with something because it's relative to a point that Freezie was making about Lauryn Hill, that she had a lot of help on that album. Well, so did Nas. Nas had a whole bunch of help. Nas had a freaking Hall of Fame panel of producers helping him with Illmatic when he was 19 years old. So that doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't take away from it still being a great album. That's one. 2. Okay, go ahead.
But were those guys Hall of Fame producers at the time, or were they up and coming producers? Because Tip.
Okay.
Well, everyone had a name. Everyone had a name that worked on that album, right? Everyone had a name because Tip. You can go look at guys.
Was towards a legendary status at that time, because don't forget, Gangstar was around since 88 or 87 or something like that.
Right.
And it was classic after classic after classic. So when did Illmatic come out? Like in 93, 94, something like that?
94.
Okay. So I think Premier has cemented himself in the game at that point. That was, and I feel what you're saying. Like, we view him now as Hall of Famers, but at that time they were projecting towards that way. I smell you, but they were still perennial all stars. They were still superstars in the league.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Pete Rock had been doing it just about the same time as what's his name, as Premier. And he was projecting towards that as well at that time. The point is that Nas had a superstar lineup of producers on that made that album what it was. Let's just be honest. Nas murdered it. Nas killed that album. Great job. But we know the production took that album to a different level, bro. I think we could agree to that. Okay.
Absolutely. But the difference is,
yo, did somebody say Nas?
Nas did.
Oh yeah, we're having a Nas talk though. It comes out of nowhere.
Because I'm obligated to, every time I say Nas's name, I have to say GOAT. I don't know why people make me do it.
Nah, because this is what it goes right. Nas the GOAT. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying.
He's one of them.
Yeah. To me, Nas is. So Coogee Rap said, all my manpower for $4 an hour I took the time to write rhymes in the shower.
Mm.
I'll be back.
How do you write rhymes in the shower? It would be my first question to Coogee. Maybe you did it on pencil because I know with the ink it would have faded. Maybe the lead.
Maybe the shower wasn't on. He's just in the shower with a pen and pad. Like, yeah. I, well, that's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay, which one? Oh, why is Havoc not as involved in Nas production? Well, Havoc had a couple of tracks with Nas. The one notably off the top of my head is "You Need to Give It Up." We
Right.
don't give no, right? So I think that was on Murder Music, by the way.
Right.
That track. I think he actually had a track produced for him on "It Was Written," if I'm not mistaken. I can verify that.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Because he also had a beautiful all-star production team for that album as well. Let's see. Yeah, Havoc
Yeah.
was on the album. I'll show you the track though. This is for. I didn't know DSJ liked music like this. That's good. I didn't know. Okay, Havoc was live nigga rap.
Yep.
That was right, and that was featuring Mobb Deep, of course. Oh, he also did the setup too. That beats disgusting.
The whole
Yeah, yeah.
just as a whole, the concept, all of it was
So, so we were hitting on Illmatic, and it was written because I was going to get to my disagreement with you. I thought Illmatic was a great piece of work, right? And it really put Nas on the map as to who Nas is, what he's about, right? But for me personally, I felt it was written. He kind of took it to a next level, and you remember that criteria you were talking about?
right.
That you have to have that checklist. I felt on that one, he checked off the whole checklist. And I
Okay.
think it was the only album he did it on.
Okay.
And he brought you so many different perspectives from himself to regular things that happen in the hood every day, to things that are going on with him personally, to things that he's dreaming of the future. It was beautiful, and I don't feel he impacted the album like he did. It was written.
I'm going to agree.
Okay.
But I think when you get to like Illmatic,
Mm-hmm.
I mean Stillmatic and Godson,
Mm-hmm.
that's a different Nasir Jones.
Yeah.
And Stillmatic, he checks those boxes again. Stillmatic was okay. Y'all listening to this dude, Jay-Z, but like forget Ether, got yourself a gun, smoking, rewind, one mic.
Timbaland did a lot of that album too, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he did do quite a bit of production on here. Let's get to the.
Okay, you want to check that out?
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. Let me see.
So that was Stillmatic, right? That one that
Stillmatic.
Aaliyah was on it. Okay, I know it's. Ain't promised tomorrow. No.
Okay, here we go. Now let's see.
The beauty of the internet.
Okay.
And for DSJ, Salah Remy is still killing it. with the production game to this day as we're talking.
Yes.
He came out with a joint, I believe, with Black Thought last year. Very good stuff.
Um,
Oh wow.
Baby Paul produced on here. Ron Browse produced on here.
Premier had one. Les had one. Okay, maybe we're thinking the wrong album. Maybe. Because I knew there was a.
Trackmasters, Remy.
Yeah. Okay. It was I Am. My fault.
I Am.
It was I Am because that was that track with Aaliyah. You won't see me tonight. So Timberland did that one. Okay, that's the only one he did. They did more on that.
Nah, he did the on Nostradamus, he did the you talking about Timberland, right?
Yep.
Okay, so he did the Owe Me joint with Genuine. Shorty, so you must surprise.
Right. Good call.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
You know,
what
DSJ. I'm looking through this producer list, and Havoc was on at least 2 tracks on most of his projects. Sorry.
Yeah, Salam Remy, Salam. What was the joint after Heavy D passed away? Heavy D was like, nah, Nas need to rap on this joint, and it was by Salam Remy. What was the name of that joint? It's on the tip of my tongue. Hold on, let me see if I can.
Yeah.
Let me see, Nas, Remy.
And while you look for that, and Nas falls under that category too, where it's like you come out with 2 great albums with Illmatic and It Was Written. It's hard to duplicate that, man. And especially time, and you said it on point. Timing is everything. Like, what's going on in your life at that time? How hungry are you?
Right.
You know, what are your motivations? What are your passions at that time? And I think it's reflective on the project. And I think through time, dudes just get jiffy lubed into the system of it, and it's just the fire desire is not there anymore. And you don't hear these classic joints that you heard on their earlier stuff.
Well, like you alluded to about the hunger, man. When you in the projects trying to get your way out, it's all or nothing. I'm laying it all on the line.
Yeah.
Now where's my inspiration coming from when life is good, so to speak? We're not worried about the lights getting cut off. I'm not worried about flipping the pack so I can have money for studio time. Life is different. So let me ask you this question, because this is just a random thought. Do you think there should be an age where guys stop rapping?
Nope. Not at all. Especially if you have something to give. Like, it's different. Like for example, when Jay-Z came out with, what was the album called? Like 414 or whatever the hell it's called.
444. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, just stop, bro. Like, we got it, bro. We actually got it on Reasonable Doubt. We got it on the Blueprint. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're good. I even heard that KRS-One came out with a joint not too long ago. And it's like, yeah. And it's like, I got it, bro. I got it 20 years ago. And
I don't know though, because Grand Poopa came out with an album like 2 years ago, and Grand Poopa album is fire, but it's mature. It's a mature album. It's swaggy, but in a self-improvement way. You know what I'm saying? And it's speaking to modern day truths and not braggadocious. So Grand Pooba's joint, when I listen to it, I'm like, the production could be better, but the lyricism has not gone away. The dude can flat out rap, right? And he's speaking to an audience that liked the old Grand Pooba, right? But at the same time, he's talking about new stuff, like how people should be aware of the things that they see, right? So he's speaking to. I know KRS One says he's the teacher. You know what I'm saying? But at some point, KRS is. I don't see the self-improvement in KRS.
Exactly.
I see a guy that wants to be right about a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
And,
saying?
and, you know, and to your point, it's like, I don't care. You could be 70 of rap.
Right.
I'm cool with it, as long as you have something to give.
Right. And as long as too that you're not begrudgingly staying in the game for yourself, right? Kind of like what you said, like if you're still in the game and you just doing music for the love of it, okay, I'm with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't begrudge anybody love, but if you in the game mad because Drake is number one and you not, and you 60, yeah, then I got an issue.
Like, come on, bro.
Issue with that. I got an issue with that. Like, why you mad at Drake for, you know? It is what it is. I gotta. D'Angelo is talking about Tibbs, so I got to go back over there and make sure.
Oh man, good luck, Chuck. No pun intended. But you know, and Freezy comes in. He does like a whole bunch of stuff on stuff.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, it's entertaining. But you know, back to the Nas thing. You know, I think Nas is a great character study of, you know, that's why independent music has this pump so loud in the last 15 years, because dudes, they have, I wouldn't say they could do it whenever they want to do it, because they still have demands and stuff to meet, but it's not as abusive. It's not as constrictive. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
They if they want to drop a project once a year, they can drop a project once a year. You know, I think Benny the Butcher, you know, I showed you him. I know you heard of him before, but he's got like 1 million projects, bro. And you can tell that he's never put at gunpoint to do it.
Them Griselda dudes, I could tell that they were corner boys.
Yeah,
the 5
absolutely.
in the morning boys, like same clothes out there. Like, dang, yo, it's been 5 days.
38 special, all of them, bro. Right.
Like, you can tell by their work ethic, and that's when it comes to guys that talk that drug talk. I look at how they move, and then I can tell everyone talks about being a boss and you know, running stuff, but I'm like, yo, a lot of y'all dudes were corner boys. Like, if your rap sheet says ounce, half ounce, 2 ounce, you're a small time guy. You're a corner boy. The bosses get hit with the RICO. They get hit with tax evasion. You know what I'm saying? They get hit with, you know, big numbers. Not you do a year or two and you come home, or you gotta, you know what I'm saying? And so when
they're the first ones that the cops go after because they need information.
Exactly.
Right. So yeah, I hear you.
And so, but everyone, because it became a thing in hip hop one time. Everybody was like, "Yeah, they running off on the plug." I was like, "Your plug ain't shit." Pardon my French. Because if you short someone that gave you a consignment, you ain't gonna pay them. Everybody you know is cut from here to here, and their tongues pulled through the slits in their neck, and body parts are being found in the dumpster. I was like, what are you like? Y'all better stop listening to these guys. Like this doesn't happen.
Right.
It doesn't just happen. Like you some kid from some part of town. You can't what you call it, man. First of all, you don't speak Spanish, you got a problem.
Mm.
You think you're just gonna walk up to some dude with $25,000 cash and just get a brick from him? He's gonna speak nothing but Spanish. No speaking the English. No speaking the English. Like, get out of here, man. Like, you just some raggedy project kid that's just gonna walk up on the like, stop, man. But anyway, I'm saying this to say, like, I watched it. Like, I could tell they really hustled because that's the only work ethic that you get from a guy. Now, son, we got to flip that pack. Like, what y'all doing? Y'all out here playing the game. Nobody outside. Like, come on, man. Let's get this money. And that's how they turn out their projects. And
Absolutely.
and their projects be dope. Like, okay, wait a minute, bro. Like, you can't be
Great
putting
point
out
you're getting
projects.
into. They're treating their products like the product when they were on the corner.
Exactly.
And just push it, push it, push it, push it.
Push
And
it.
another thing, and that's not talked about with guys that are really about that life, is that how many years they miss because they locked up, they got on some petty stuff, and all of a sudden, and they didn't snitch, and all of a sudden they're doing a 3 to 5, 5 to 7 because of X, Y, and Z. You see, and and years get taken away. So now they're even hungrier now because they've been locked up in the pen for the last 5 years,
Yes.
and they were able to come out alive, and hopefully they didn't get booty raped or anything like that. And they just go ahead and they're just riding and they're hungry and they can't wait to get out.
So that creates an environment where I gotta succeed. Like, I gotta make something. I gotta make something happen. Like, a hustler don't necessarily mean you gotta be selling drugs. Like, the guy who will go to BJ's or go to the local grocery store, buy the cases of water, 3 for $10. Now he's sitting on, you know, 60 something waters
Mm.
because they're 3 packs of 24. So he has almost 70 something waters, and he's out there in the middle of the median
Ooh.
with those waters, a buck, a buck, a
Mm.
buck, a buck. Now, not only is he selling water, next week he's selling water and t-shirts.
Mm.
And then the next week he's selling water, t-shirts, and DVDs and CDs
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
packs of gum. Now
Mhm.
it's damn near a convenience store when you pull up to the light because he got everything. Yo, man, let me get a paper, let me get stick
Let me
of
get
gum,
water.
let me get a
Yeah.
water, and let me get a white tea.
Mm.
Real quick, because he's trying to get to that. I got to get to that. I got to get to that money. Dang,
Yeah.
yo, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, bro. You already out here? Like, yeah, man, it's hot now. You want some water? Dollar, boom. Because he has to
That's
get
right.
that bread.
Right.
You could tell the guys that are just talking. And then there were part-time hustlers, bro.
Yep.
Hey, man, when I needed some sneakers,
Pop an ounce real quick.
yep.
Yep. Yep.
Yo, I needed to pay my taxes and my insurance on my car, or I wanted some rims.
Yep.
Yo, man, yo,
Start
Chuck.
start start group texting everybody. Yo, back on the market. Have it for y'all in an hour.
Yo,
Yeah.
yo, Chuck, you messing the game up, bro. Like, you just come in to grab quick cash, and then you try to undersell everybody. Like, yeah, because I'm trying to make that cash real quick. Like, I ain't in here for, like, I'm not here for the love of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here for the quick flip.
Yep.
I'm here for the, and so I know that. But then you have the guys where, bro, I gave you a quarter pound. What you mean you still got 3 ounces left? Like, what are you doing?
2 weeks.
Yeah. Man, it's man, people don't got no money out here. People don't got no money out here. Everybody out here looking for something. You up in yo, man. I'm just saying, man. As soon as I finish this game, man, I'll be downstairs in a minute. Yo, you're not. You don't have the work ethic for this.
Yep.
UPS is hiring. Peace. Listen, and I feel like that's how some guys do the music industry, straight up and down, being like,
Absolutely.
all right, why do I gotta keep pumping and priming you to get to where you need to be? Like you're here, like people don't get to this point. So why is it a fight to get you to do what you're supposed to do? And those Griselda dudes, man, they just one foot in front of the other, one foot in front of the other.
Yeah.
And it's
You
like,
know what I find funny about their dynamic is that Conway was the only one that signed to a major label, and he retired. He announced his retirement. I think it was like a month ago.
yeah.
And the ones that haven't, because there's a lot of them, they have like subsidiaries
Mm-hmm.
on their crew that they're still pumping. Benny just came out with Tana Talk 4.
Yep.
And it's dope. The production, he's got Alchemist. He got back to what's the boy's name?
Derringer.
Yeah, Derringer. And dope product. So my advice to anybody, and I think, okay, go ahead, Chuck. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say don't sign to a major label.
That was my advice. Stay away from them. Stay away from the public. Stay away from all that. You don't need it.
Because what they do is okay, I don't want to get into that, but this is what the labels will do.
Mm.
Oh, D, you hot on the streets?
Mm.
Oh,
Mm.
you're taking away shine from an artist that we already got, that we done spent a budget on and shot videos, and here it is. You have your iPhone and you shot this video with your iPhone, but the song is so hot. This video's already got 20 million views and it's been less than a week. We're gonna sign you,
Right.
but not to keep building on your momentum. We're gonna sign you and then shelf your ass.
Yep. Yeah, because we
Make you
put millions of dollars in investment here, and we can't have you take that away. But we'll at least put you on. We'll get you in advance, and we'll get you some shitty contract.
right. And what they do is throw them, yo, D just signed for $6 million with such and
Yep.
such. Yo, my man is up. And then for the next 5 years, you don't hear nothing from him because he's stuck in a bad contract where he can't put out music when he wants to. And the label is taking if he takes a breath, they want a half a breath with that. They know,
Yep.
no. When you inhale your lungs with a lung full of breath, we should be able to get half of that. And it's like,
Yeah.
God, yes, it's 360, my brother. We getting 360 degrees of you.
Yep.
So if you eating a Big Mac, we want half of that. You getting fries, we want half of that. 20 piece, we want 10 nuggets. Like we're not messing around. So
Yep.
you'll get a guy like that is putting out the type of music that he's putting out, and he's building a following. Yo, he got shot in the back of the head and his face is paralyzed.
Mm.
And he's been putting out music
Yep.
nonstop for the past 5 years.
Yep.
And he's been hitting on a lot of his music as an independent artist who has a paralyzed side of his face.
Yep.
And people, that's not even something that they talk about. They just talk about Conway the Machine being nice.
Yep.
Nah, Conway, nah, he nice. Nah, he can rap.
Mm.
He did all of that legwork on his own.
Mm.
I don't know what his deal was for, how much money it was.
Well,
for.
I heard West Side was a big part of how they were able to build the business plan and the model and stuff like that.
Right,
But,
because he seems like the business. He seems like
Yeah.
the business of it. I always saw okay. So when I looked at Griselda, I saw him as the business. I saw Conway as the rapper, but I saw Benny as the marketable star, right?
Mm.
Um,
Okay.
and so as things unfolded, it was like, nah, like yo, they all can rap. I prefer Conway and Benny. West Side Gun is like the
He's the business mind.
right. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to say because I ain't trying to diss, right? At all. But I'm just saying,
Mhm.
like he's not them two on the mic.
No, no.
He-
And he's shown glimpses of it. Like they got a track with Premier that I thought West Side might have had the best verse on that track. And so he shows glimpses of it, but I just don't think it's his lane for himself, personally.
no,
Mm.
no, not at all. Not at all. Cause to even his I think he knows how to market things, right? Make it look grandiose. Um and that's what Griselda represent the big underground uh gritty rap, right? Because that sound wasn't necessarily new, but
Mhm.
it was attributed to lo-fi hip hop.
Right.
A lot of lo-fi hip hop would sample that way. Um, they would and they would use the filters sometimes in that way. Uh, and then here you go, Griselda producers and um man, how did I Richard Gere. What's his name? Um, Rock Marciano. God,
Okay.
I don't know why it took me so long to get his
Rock
name.
Rock lives about 5-10 minutes from here.
Um, always super cool, humble dude. Um,
Mhm.
uh, I didn't even know like he rapped.
Mm.
I didn't know he rapped. I just
Producers too.
right,
Mhm.
amazing producer. That's why I kept saying Richard Gere because that's the joint. That's the joint that he has.
Mhm.
Um, that someone uses as their intro for
Mm.
their show.
Mm.
You were on their show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah, it's all good. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Something happened with your mic.
oh, okay.
Okay, there
Yeah.
you go. You good.
My fault. My fault.
Was
I
that a
was
wire
saying
issue?
I was saying I kept saying Richard Gere because I remember that's a joint that
Mhm.
that Rock produced and he
Oh.
was that song or that intro is used on somebody's intro and you
Mhm.
was on their show
Mhm.
and I just laughed because they're huge Rock Marciano fan and
Right.
MF Doom
Mm.
and Doom was
Shout out
another
to Eminem Doom.
underrated producer.
Mhm.
Um,
Dude, he's legendary. Peace to his transformation, but he's beyond underrated, man. That's like towards legendary status. What he was able to accomplish throughout his run.
and what was wild was I didn't know he rapped before that, before he put on the mask.
Right.
I didn't know that. I did
And
not know that.
and he can spit. Mm-mm.
I was like, wait a minute. this is MF Doom. This kid, this skinny kid that raps. Oh wow! And I became infatuated with his presentation, his rhyme style. One thing about rhyme patterns and rhyme style, if you're not used to it, it's a little like, well, what
Takes
is
you a
that?
bit to catch on, right?
Right. Well, what is this? It's not the usual, yo. And it is until maybe like a year later you realize, yo, this mother is rhyming. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Now I got to go back and listen to the whole joint. I think we briefly mentioned today earlier on the podcast about the time where when you heard something and it was yo, rewind that. What did he say? Rewind that.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. I haven't I've that feeling has been far and in between. Like I don't get that as much as I used to, where it's like, just rewind. Rewind that. But with that guy, MF Doom, it was like, hold on. Was I in a coma when this first came out? Mad Villainy? The attack
That was the Mad Lib. That was the Mad Lib MF Doom joint, right? Oh my god! You know, Mad Lib, he has a thing where, like, he has a whole India series of samples that he took from old Indian records. He's got a whole thing with that. I think he has another thing with movie scenes and stuff. Man, that guy's phenomenal, bro.
Man, that's a sign of a dope producer, man.
Absolutely.
Where you're willing to when you can pull inspiration from anything, man. That's why someone like the RZA, someone like Timberland, someone like Pharrell, like those guys will always be in my top 10 or top 5 of producers, because they were bringing sounds that weren't
you didn't hear before.
No. Wait.
Yo, come on, man. Chuck, y'all killing me, bro. You killing me, dog.
Why? Why are we killing you?
Because y'all didn't mention Marley Marl or Larry Smith.
We could have gone there, but we're in a different era right now, though.
Come on, man. Come on, dog. These dudes y'all naming are from the 90s.
Well, 2000s. Right.
What about Hit Boy?
Look, man, listen, if you want to have an origin show and go into where all this stemmed from, because I could go ahead and say Riz is great as he is because of Fourth Disciple and True Master. I mean, we could do that if you want, but
I mean, yo, y'all ready for these bars? I don't know if y'all rap or not, but
no, I don't. This kid in the bottom, that young man in the bottom with the hat, he can rap. He can rap. As a matter of fact, D, give him a sample right now, because they keep thinking I be lying and gassing you, but I know that you can rap.
I'll give one better. I'll call him up and give him one.
Yeah, I was gonna say you better not be whack either.
Because don't forget, I can't play the beats and stuff like that in the background.
Oh yeah. That's right. You heard what I say. I always challenge rappers, like when everybody, like people be like, "Yo, I can spit." I was like, "Yo, you better not be wasting this oxygen I got, bro."
Yeah, that's
okay.
Bit of oxygen. So you know who run the Jews is, right? Okay, I took their best beats, and I made my whole album based on that.
What?
Yeah, because I love LP. I'm a big LP fan. He's my favorite white musician right now. So, and he has an astounding sound that really resonates to what I do. And
Okay.
so I could show you a couple of cuts of that, and I'll show it to you live as well. Yeah,
Okay.
no doubt.
Okay. I'm just saying. So Chuck Allen is co-signing for you. That means it's official.
bro. Let me.
Chuck's seen the deal already, bro.
Yeah, man. Like I told. Like I'm not. I'll never diss anybody just because I know how I felt when I first started making beats. And
Mhm,
in the first 6 months, I was still trash, and everybody
mhm,
looking around like, "Yeah, nah, he don't got it." Like,
mhm.
nah, man,
Right.
I know that's your man's. I know he in a wheelchair and all, but he don't got it.
Right.
Right.
And
Right.
that made me go harder, learning the craft and becoming better. So I try not to say stuff like that to people, like, "Ah, nah, you don't got it." But nah, just keep working hard. Keep. This dude don't have to say that. He took me by surprise. I was like, "Wait, hold up! I wasn't ready for that. You gotta bring that back." He can rap.
But nah, Chuck, I don't do that. Look, yo, so I don't do it that way. But when I do it, when I sober people, that's what I call it. When I sober people, is when they say, "Yo, I'm the dopest thing out here. Without me, nobody be nothing." And I'd be like, "Yo, you better not be whack." That's when I get at them like that. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? That's
Now,
what I'm saying.
well, you don't have to worry about that here. I hold true to the ancestors and the pioneers of this game, and I don't say retarded stuff like that.
Yeah. The people, but people do. Man, listen.
I hear you. I
One of
hear
these days when we all get together, I'm gonna
you.
show y'all stuff on my phone, right?
Mm.
I promise you. I promise. Whether it's like hosting the KMD or
Right.
rapping or producing or whatever, people legit DM me like, "Yo, I am fire."
Mm.
Fire is my name on my birth certificate. They named that hot substance after me. This is how they talk to me, bro.
Ah, jeez.
Chuck, yo, it's okay. When we get together, when we all get together one day, I'm gonna show y'all this stuff on my phone.
Oh, Freezy, I believe you. I've seen dudes almost of short of get on their knees to try to make it sound like they're that and that is popping right now, and that's something that companies should be investing in and stuff like that, and they're not that. And
Right.
it's called what's that word I like to use? It's called delusion.
Oh yeah, basically. Yeah, basically.
So yeah,
Yeah, Chuck,
I hear you.
a dude told me he wanted to do a show on Lawrence Tears where he's standing out on the corner interviewing Knicks fans just randomly. Like, yo,
That's right. You told me
yo,
about
I'm
that.
just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait right here on the corner until somebody come, and I'm gonna shove this microphone in their face. In New York City, you gonna do that in Brooklyn? Okay, all right. We're gonna see how that work out for you, fella. All right, yeah, all right. I'm just saying. All right, let me go. I'm going over here to close out the KMD.
All right, man. We'll be here. Yo, yo, Chuck, I'll get ready, bro. I'll give it to him nice though. I'll be nice.
Because there's going to be a possibly a new intro
Right.
for KMD,
Hmm.
and that was the first thing that he asked was, "Who do I know that rap?" And I
Hmm.
was like, "Oh yeah, D Poetic, Cully,
Yeah.
J Boogie, like those are the people that I know for sure that can
Right.
rap." And he was like, "Yo, he can really rap." I was like, "Nah, yeah, he can really rap."
Did
And he
I
was like,
tell you on
"Rap,
the phone how many times that happens? Just because how I look and how I am. Right.
right?" Well, what do you? Well, I mean, listen. If you took if you took the Jizza, Inspector Deck, and LP, and you sat them in the room and said create something, they create that dude easy. Because
Mm.
like he has the content to make you want to listen, right? But if you're not looking for knowledge, then nah, you'll be like, ah man,
Yeah.
this
Yeah. This ain't your lane, bro.
this guy,
Benny the
oh
Butcher just came out with Tana Talk 4.
yeah, like oh man, this guy, what is he? Oh, what is it? Knowledge of what? What? Your
You're
third
right.
eye saw what? What
Your
did it
third
see?
eye saw what?
What did it see? Let's just and that's also been a downfall of rap because it was the street guys who couldn't rap that way. They try instead of, well, I don't really rap that way. This is what I do. What they did was, these dudes trying to kick knowledge like they don't know nothing. Nah, this is stupid. And the first thing they go is, he's a conscious rapper.
Yep.
Well, don't you want to be conscious?
And don't you have a conscience?
But you know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, man, we might need to do something like this. We might need to do something like this. We're gonna have a better conversation off the air because everything ain't for everybody to know, everybody to hear. But what we were talking about.
Well, before you do that, and I told you this on the phone that I love what y'all doing here, and I just love because I'm like y'all in this way where we can hit many different topics, and it can be spoken at a high level, and we all know what we're talking about with
Right.
it. And I just thank you for putting me on today and doing this with you because I can give a crap about the views. The fact that I already know that when this continues, it's going to be lit, and the sky's the limit in how many directions it could really go. With still the concept of it being vibes and stuff. So, it's dope,
Right.
bro. So,
Um yeah, man. I definitely this is not for the people that are watching thinking that they're going to be able to get in the chat and kick it in the chat. That's not going to happen. Uh D is an esteemed guest that we're having. Um and he brings something to the table uh with health and lifestyle because that's the main thing. That was one of the main things that we wanted to hit you up and pick your brain on because you're
yeah,
into natural, healing and things like that.
yeah, that's right.
And I know you're up on that. And a lot of our people aren't.
Nope,
They don't know about elderberries and things like
nope,
that.
nope.
So and what supplements and stuff that you need to put in your body that are natural healers and natural supplements. That's
Right?
why I hit you up the other day because I was like, wait a minute, I got to take another pill. Like, nah,
Yeah,
bro, let me
And
hit my
another
man up
pill. And
because
another
of my feet
pill.
and my legs. Now they're
Right.
talking about, yo, you're gonna have to get a water pill because the metformin got your feet and your legs swollen, bro.
Yep.
yeah.
No,
And you know what's funny that my dad just came back from the hospital not too long ago, and I told him, and I almost had him at gunpoint with it. I'm like, look, listen, you gotta do this fruit and vegetable diet. You want to have your protein and stuff like that, you do that, but you gotta insert this. You're gonna see your blood sugar, you're gonna see your blood pressure. It's gonna be level. Just give it some time. All right, hits me back a month later. D, this was the greatest thing I ever done. My levels haven't been like this in years. And it's like, dude, it's a steady application of it every day, man. You know what I mean? So,
My only deal with the fruits and veggies,
mhm.
and I'm gonna keep it a buck,
Yeah, yeah.
bro. My only deal with fruits and veggies, right, is um so the monotony
Okay.
of the diet, right? And listen, I know eating meat all the time can be monotonous, but it's a monotony that you're used to,
Mhm.
right? Because you're groomed to do it from a certain, or at least I was groomed to be that from day one. Like
Mhm.
you drink milk until you able to eat meat, and then you eat meat every day, right?
Mhm.
And so my deal is I eat food. I'm a vegan. I've been a vegan for about what 6 weeks? About 6 weeks, right? Um,
It's a tough transition.
yeah, man. My deal is when I'm away from home, it's over. I gotta
Mhm.
starve when I'm away from home because
Mhm.
everything you pick up, you gotta look at the ingredients on the back. And
Yeah.
it's hidden ingredients, right? Not like stuff that's out there. There's like the 14th ingredient might be milk. And you're like, well, if I didn't read down this far, I'd have ate something with milk in it.
Right.
So I went to the Waffle House the other day and I ate a waffle, bro. I come back, I'm like, I go straight to the bathroom, right?
Right.
Like, what's going on? And this lady told me, she was like, yo, don't you know waffles have milk and egg in it sometimes?
Of course.
And it's, yeah, bro, it's, yeah.
Yeah, it's a learning curve, absolutely. Because
Yeah.
then you put yourself in a thought like, crap, like what the hell do I eat today, bro?
Right.
Like, what can I eat? You in the supermarket for an hour longer than you should be because you're figuring out what the hell can I have and what can I have.
Right.
Yeah, it's all an adjustment, brother. That's all.
That's why on the KMD, when people be talking, I be on Amazon looking for food. To save some time. Tom, so I hear Tom Thibodeau name, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
You know, there was a guy, right? I'll send you the lecture, right? He had a lecture. Now he's pro-vegan, right? And I think some of these vegans are a little cuckoo, to be honest with you, right?
Yeah.
But like he's pro-vegan, right? But he brought up a very good point. He was talking about the matrix of perception. And so he put out a pig, right? And he put the image of a pig, right? And it was like, y'all eat that, right? I was like, hell yeah, we'll eat the pig, right?
Yeah.
Because you're shown to eat the pig. You're told since early you can eat the pig, right? The whole nine, right?
Trained to eat
it. Right. And then he put up a dog. He said, "You gonna eat the dog?" And people were like, "Wait, man, I ain't gonna eat no dog." So his question, which was a very great question, was, "What is the difference between the pig and the dog?"
Right. The pig is smart.
Yeah, or the pig is packed with protein, or they'll say some nonsense or foolishness.
Right.
And it's like, it's the matrix of it all. So it's like, we get caught sometimes, and I do too. There's like once or twice a week, I'll go ahead and I'll just beat the hell out of a Philly cheesesteak.
Right.
But I'm still gonna stay on my regimen. People call me hypocrite. I don't really care. I didn't know I was down with the gang of vegans. I had no idea. Anyway, so right.
Yeah.
So it's just a point of just like, you're instituted to think these ways.
Right.
Because, the animal would ask, well, would you eat another human?
Right.
You see? And then you'd be like, nah, hell no. Cannibalism? Ugh.
Right.
And although that's frowned upon, there are certain circles that will uphold cannibalism in certain aspects because, you got to eat to live, and all of a sudden they feel more powerful. And you hear about these secret societies that they down with stuff like this, with drinking blood and stuff of that nature. So, and my point is that the perception of it is very big, and that once you deprogram yourself and start from the bottom, you'll kind of see a little bit clearly on, not you. I just mean in general.
No. I mean you mean in general, and hopefully the chat understands you mean in general, also. So
yeah, right.
But eating healthy, eating healthy, and not what is preached to us, trained to us, but knowing health and then practicing it every day changes your body.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like, for instance, I've been vegan for like 6 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, something like that. And I used to have those symptoms that Chuck had. After now, I don't know if it's because I'm taking in more fluid, but I'm not retaining like all the stuff that Chuck went through. That used to be my everyday thing. Like, oh man, my foot is swollen. What's going on?
Right.
It's because of the medication and whatever. Now it's not that. Now it's more like, damn, these shorts big as hell around the waist. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and so I'm not telling Chuck to be vegan. That's not what I'm saying. I'm like, hey man, do what's best for you.
Yeah, whatever you want. It's your life. Absolutely.
Right. Find out what worked for you and do it. Hey man, I'm about to get out of here. Y'all hanging out?
It's up to Chuck.
We can shut it down. Me and D can we can chop it up. You can end the live stream, and I'll go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you guys for hanging out, kicking it with us with this extended Vibes in the Morning. I appreciate everyone that hung out with us. We'll be back again tomorrow at the same time, 8 a.m. to about 9ish. Hope to see you there. Remember, tell a friend to tell a friend who's going to tell a friend. Until tomorrow morning, you guys. Peace.
Peace.